No, what's up?
Hello.
I bet he weighs 190 pounds.
That's the opposite direction for Tom. He's Samoan.
Yeah.
He's talking. He's talking.
He weighs 190.
Is he coaching now? Elvis.
No, he's trying to do. He's like helping like in the suites,
Nothing.
but he's trying to get on
Here for
athletics. Yeah, at the game.
Okay.
He
I thought he was in Utah for a while.
he was doing academics at UVU.
Ah, okay. Henry Newton.
2008 President George W. Bush signed
Hello. Elvis.
to hand salute the flag during the national anthem as a form of honor and respect.
Elvis.
Representing pride in one's military service. All non-military should remove their hats and place their.
This is kind of cool. So this is Lockheed Martin, folks, and
United States Air Force Senior Airman Emily Marshall.
who is it? Hello.
Hello.
There you are.
Yeah, I don't hear y'all at all. Hear me?
Hang on.
There we go. Yep, got y'all now. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Yeah, so this is Lockheed Martin employees and enlistees holding the folks that will take the oath a little bit later on. Hold the flag.
What, for ROTC or for
No, they're joining.
which branch?
All of them.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner
5 minutes from airtime. This is Bowl Season Radio Channel 1.
o'er the land of the free and the home.
Yeah, here it is. Look, F-35s, boy. Look. And the trailer over there, see?
There's about 15
This is
Bill
Bowl
Pop.
Season Radio Channel 1. 4 minutes, 30 seconds from airtime. This is Bowl Season Radio Channel 1. 4 minutes from airtime. This is Bowl Season Radio Channel 1. 3 minutes, 30 seconds from airtime. This is Bowl Season Radio Channel 1. 3 minutes from airtime. This is Bowl Season Radio Channel 1. 2 minutes, 30 seconds from airtime. This is Bowl Season Radio Channel 1. 2 minutes from airtime. This is Bowl Season Radio Channel 1. 1 minute, 30 seconds from airtime. This is Bowl Season Radio Channel 1. 1 minute from airtime. This is Bowl Season Radio Channel 1. 45 seconds from airtime. This is Bowl Season Radio Channel 1. 30 seconds from airtime. This is Bowl Season Radio Channel 1. 15 seconds from airtime.
The following is an exclusive presentation of Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio.
There's one goal, one mission. Dominate every play, and we'll see what happens at the end of the game. Let's go. 22,
From Amon G. Carter Stadium in Fort Worth, Texas, this is the 23rd Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Today, the Rice Owls of the American Athletic Conference take on the Texas State Bobcats of the Sun Belt Conference. Now, with the call of today's game, along with Marshall Newhouse and Elvis Gallegos, here's Brian Estridge.
Welcome into America's greatest city, Fort Worth, Texas, for this year's edition of the always special Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Today, the Lone Star State is on display. Two Texas programs, one field, and a rematch of a postseason battle from 2023. I'm Brian Estridge, all set to bring you the play-by-play of this game today that almost didn't happen for either side. Texas State had their back against the wall, win or go home. They won 3 straight to close out the year just to keep the season alive, and now they're here with momentum and belief. Rice had to wait, had to wonder, and had to watch. Coaching changes, programs opting out, bowl spots opening up, and when the door cracked, the Owls stepped right through it, powered by academics, culture, and resilience. 2 straight losses to close the regular season, yes, but tonight and today here in Fort Worth, well, Rice is here to prove they belong. This is only the 5th meeting all time between these two teams. They're just 165 miles apart, yet they may as well be from different football planets. Different philosophies, different tempos, different identities, and it starts with how they move the football. So let's bring in my broadcast partners, Marshall Newhouse and Elvis Gallegos. And Marshall, you were a part of 4 bowl games. You played in a Super Bowl. But this isn't just scheme against scheme here today. It's essentially will against will. The gun option of Scott Abel at Rice versus the air raid of G.J. Kinney and Texas State. Something's got to give.
Absolutely. This Rice team kind of snuck their way into bowl season. They're here for a reason, but a lack of eligible teams allowed them to scoot in. But I know head coach Scott Abel is excited to get these reps, these practice reps, and then a competition against a known opponent to run this triple option scheme and get some young guys, some unpolished guys, and Patrick Creighton Jr. of many, a little bit of run tonight.
And on the sidelines here at Amon G. Carter Stadium is Elvis Gallegos, and that same tension shows up at quarterback. On one sideline, a freshman who's already seen it all, Brad Jackson. 12 starts, no fear. The other side, 2 quarterbacks with 0 starts, Elvis. Maybe the game within the game, huh?
Yeah, no doubt. Lucas Shearhorn is going to get the start for Rice. He does have an extra year of college football experience over Patrick Creighton, but they love that young kid who grew up just 30 miles away. On Brad Jackson for Texas State, I mean, this kid gives a lot of credit to Jordan McLeod, last year's Sun Belt Player of the Year, just learning behind him. A lot of youth at that position, but it looks great for these two teams for the future.
All right, Texas State will kick it off from left to right. Rice won the toss. They've deferred. Actually, they said they want the football, I should say. They're going to take it, so Texas State will kick it from left to right. Back deep for Rice stands Aaron Turner. Grabs it at the 5 to the 10, 15, 20, bounces right, and out at the 25-yard line, and that's where Rice will have the football here. The Rice Owls, 5-7 on the season. Their starting quarterback opted out. He quit on them. So now you've got two others who have very little experience. Lucas Shearhorn will get the start. Patrick Creighton Jr., whose dad, of course, played for the Dallas Cowboys as a wide receiver, will see time as well. They do it in Scott Abel and his gun choice offense. That's how they refer to it. They'll be in the shotgun. They'll spread the field, but they run it predominantly. Abel is the play caller. So Shearhorn starts at quarterback with Quentin Jackson at running back. He's from right here in Fort Worth, playing in his hometown. Snap will come from David Stickle. First snap, handed off right up the middle to Jackson. Jackson tries to bounce left and not much doing there. An offensive line, 6'3", 303. Sean Sullivan at left tackle. Patrick Vallet is at left guard. We mentioned David Stickle, the center. Natane Fehoko is the right guard. And Luke Miller, the right tackle. Tight end is Micah Barnett. He's out of Dickinson, Texas. Quentin Jackson, that running back, 811 yards and 6 touchdowns on the season. We'll see Aaron Turner, Tyson Thompson, Payson Matthews, all at wide receiver. Bring a man in motion, toss it to him. Running right, up near the 29 goes Aaron Turner. That goes as a reception. That's his 54th of the season for Turner. And you're going to see a lot of different looks offensively. It's almost, it's not quite the Air Force offense, but it's very similar, this option attack, Marshall.
Absolutely. Multiple looks every snap, from the dive to jet motions, swing motions, and then the quarterback keeper, obviously the QB using his legs. This Rice team really makes you be honest and disciplined with your eyes. But here, third down and long is not where they can live for the majority of this game.
Yeah, third down at 7 right now. Abel with the call, sends it in to Shearhorn. The quarterback, they'll hand it off, running right up the middle with it is Jackson. Jackson moves the pile. He'll get to about the 32.5-yard line. He's going to bring up 4th and 3, and they're going to punt it away. Will Rice offensively. Starting lineups presented by Coca-Cola. Game day calls for an ice cold Coca-Cola because fan work is thirsty work. Coca-Cola, the official sponsor of Coca-Cola bowl season. 4th and 3, and we'll see Rice's punter for the first time. Should be Chase Allen, and it will. Allen is out to punt this one away. He's a graduate transfer from Colleyville, Texas. Bo Sparks stands back at the 29-yard line. Sparks is from El Paso. There are plenty of Texans on both of these rosters here today. End over end punt that turns over for Allen. Sparks at the 20. Return right. He's out of bounds at about the 22-yard line. Takes a shot there. Rice is the visiting team. Navy pants here tonight with white jerseys and Navy numerals and the Navy hats. 49-yard punt that time for Chase Allen. 4 flat on the hang time. 4-yard return for the Bobcats of Texas State, the home team, with the gold hats here today. Maroon jerseys, gold numerals, and the gold pants. This is a rematch of the First Responder Bowl in 2023. Texas State won that ball game 45-21. Now the quarterback story for Texas State is totally different. Brad Jackson's been around. He's a redshirt freshman, started every game this year. Starts first down at 10 with Lincoln Perry at running back. Perry stands to the left and gets the call. Bounces left. Perry going to be bottled up after no gain. Going to bring up second down and 10. Perry comes in over 1,000 yards on the year and 11 touchdowns. Dorian Strong's a left tackle. Emeka Obibo is the left guard. Ezra Dotson-Oyetade is at center. Justin DeLeon at right guard and Sully Burns at right tackle. They average 6'5", 326. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right-hand side. Titus Lyons, the tight end, is wide right. Chris Dawn joins them there. They'll flip it to Dawn. Screen, blocked here by Lyons. Dawn across the 35 to the 36-yard line. That's a gain of 14 and a first down for the Bobcats. Joe Chavez on the tackle for Rice.
You'll notice a pace of play difference with this Texas State team compared to Rice. They really like to get up and go.
They do it quickly here and hand it off to Perry right up the middle. Weaves his way to the 40-yard line, does Lincoln Perry out of Germantown, Tennessee. We'll also see some of Greg Burrell at running back. Blake Smith, the tight end, along with Titus Lyons. Wide receivers are Bo Sparks and Chris Dawn, Marvin Anderson, Kylan Evans as well. We're going to see some new faces at wideout today here for the Bobcats under head coach G.J. Kinney. Flip it left-hand side out of the backfield, and running with it is Bo Sparks. Bo's going to take it for a first down up to the 49-yard line. That's a pickup of 8 on that play. Moves the chains here. The Bobcats right at midfield to the 49. Jackson out of the gun again. Perry in the backfield. Hand to Laken Perry, and again bottled up at that front. Here's the Rice defensive line. Blake Banish is one of the defensive tackles along with Dylan Botts. Banish is probably the best defender for the Owls. Joseph Mutumbo at one end and Tony Inianu, who's another good player, at the other. Linebackers are Andrew Ty Morris and Peyton Stevenson. Alway, the middle linebacker, the senior out of Mansfield, was a former walk-on. He's kind of Mr. Rice now. Omari Porter and Derek Harper are the corners. Jack Kane and Marcus Williams at safety. This time on first down, they'll flip it out left-hand flat. Actually on 2nd and 9, I should say. They throw it to Ty Stamey, and Stamey's going to make the grab. Catches it to the 47-yard line, close to the 46 of Rice. That's a gain of 5. Stamey's out of Spring, Texas. Hasn't gotten a lot of looks as far as the throw game is concerned, but able to hang on there. 3rd and 4 now for Texas State. 5 wides, 3 to the right, 2 to the left-hand side. Out of the gun. Works Jackson, bring a man in motion, and Jackson with a quarterback keeper running behind his blocker. That's Ty Stamey, and he's going to get it close to first down yard. It's going to be 4th and short. Inianu on the tackle, the defensive end, and now first decision of the day comes for G.J. Kinney, the head coach at Texas State.
Well, so far this drive, you've seen a lot of wide receiver screens, which to me in this offense act as extended run plays. And then generally the quarterback, Brad Jackson, likes to use his legs. He leads the team this year with 16 rushing touchdowns. So he's a threat with QB design runs and his scrambling ability. We'll see if Texas State uses that here on 4th down. They're definitely going to be aggressive today, especially on this side of the field.
Yeah, they shift the tight ends from left to right in this formation. Hand it off Perry. Laken Perry's going to pull forward for a first down inside the 40 to the 39-yard line. 4-yard gain there. I like this offense and the structure that they've built, Elvis. They'll work with tempo at times. They can slow it down. There's a lot of versatility in this offense.
Yeah, and they move guys around. You're going to see that with Sparks today.
Here's 1st and 10 throw, left-hand side. Jackson connects to the 32-yard line with Bo Sparks. As Elvis mentioned, they want him to touch the football. Joe Chavez again on the tackle. And they do it with Brad Jackson, a quarterback who is already committed to return to Texas State. You got to like that about this young player. He threw for over 3,000 yards and 18 touchdowns. He had suitors calling Marshall, but he's staying in San Marcos.
Well, that's such a big deal, especially let's not forget, this is the Texas State's last game as a G5 participant. They're moving to the Pac-12, so having stability at the QB position, moving to another conference is huge.
3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left-hand side. Throw the slant coming across the field here is Chris Dawn, and Dawn's going to be wrapped up at the line of scrimmage. Not much doing there. Now you're facing another 3rd down at 6 here. 8:19 to play, opening quarter. Brian Estridge, Marshall Newhouse, Elvis Gallegos along the sidelines here at Amon G. Carter Stadium. Our statistician is Brian Sperry. Spotter is Wayne Gossert. Producer engineer is Kyle Cross. Our associate producer today is Matt Lewis. 2 receivers go to the right, 1 to the left-hand side now for the quarterback Jackson. Operates in the middle of the field, and now they'll shift to 4 wides. Split evenly. Burrell is in at running back, the sophomore out of Vegas. Transfer from UNLV. Jackson. Burrell picks up the blitz. Jackson threw it behind his intended target. Had him open, but he threw it behind Bo Sparks. Would have been enough for a first down. That's the first incompletion for the redshirt freshman out of San Antonio Reagan High School. He started 5 of 5, and now it's 4th down, and GJ's going to leave his offense out there, looks like.
Yeah, Brad Jackson rushed his operation a little bit. Gets blitzed from the slot on his left side. It's picked up in protection, but the step up and the release has felt a little rushed. That ball was hot and behind the receiver. Not really a good chance to catch that ball. 4th and 6 here.
They'll go 3 receivers left now for the quarterback. Brad Jackson. Play clock winding down to 3. Man in motion across the formation. Kenny walking down to the official. They get it off just in time. Jackson needing 6 on this 4th down. Throws it, and it's too far. He was looking the way of Titus Lyons. Put too much on it. Lyons couldn't get to it. The senior out of Pottsboro, Texas. And Texas State, after what looked like an impressive drive unfolding, Elvis, 12 plays, 43 yards. They took 5 minutes when it comes to an end.
You got to give Rice defense a lot of credit. Talking to their coaches right before kickoff, it was, hey, the first 2 series are really important. This is a high-tempo offense. How they were going to handle the tempo. Were they going to be able to tackle well in space? You saw all the screen game that Texas State threw there at them. When you haven't played since Thanksgiving, tackling could be a little rusty, but I thought they did a good job handling those 2 things.
Yeah, no score here between Texas State and Rice. You're listening to the Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio, home of the 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl.
Lockheed Martin's vision of 21st century security means preparing to make split-second decisions with certainty. Because whether your mission is over land, on the sea, through the air, in outer space, or cyberspace, our mission is to help you detect the threats, connect the tech, and protect what matters most in every domain of operation. Lockheed Martin, ensuring those we serve always stay ahead of ready.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No. I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/autoloans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
Attention, Department of War and Coast Guard civilians with a Common Access Card. You are eligible to shop your military exchanges in-store and online. Your CAC is the key to unlocking your savings benefit. Tax-free shopping with military-exclusive pricing and credit options. 100% of exchange earnings go back to improve military community quality of life programs. The Exchange, it matters where you shop. Visit shopmyexchange.com/vets to learn more.
It takes a different breed to be the first to respond, the first on the scene, the first to tackle disaster head on. At ServPro, we witness the bravery of first responders almost every day. So to all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, this game's for you. ServPro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
Hoppy Kercheval with Kyle Wiggs in the Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio Studios. We'll be with you throughout the game today. At halftime, we'll have highlights of our game. And Kyle, we have a bunch more bowl games today.
Yeah, this is a big day. The last big day, Hoppy. All that's left are the semifinals and the national championship game. So we've got 4 games today. The AutoZone Liberty Bowl coming up. Navy and Cincinnati, Wake Forest against Mississippi State, the Duke's Mayo Bowl, and a great matchup with 2 great quarterbacks. Late tonight, Arizona and SMU, the Trust and Will Holiday Bowl.
And we'll keep you posted on the 15-day portal window that opens today. But now let's get back to the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Here again, Marshall Newhouse, Elvis Gallegos, and Bryant Estridge. Brian?
Thank you, Hoppy. I figured you guys were monitoring that portal. Wide open already today. First down and 10 here for Rice. On their second offensive set, Shearhorn at quarterback's going to hand it off to Quentin Jackson. Jackson tried to bounce it out right. Not much doing there. Maybe a yard. It'll bring up second down and 9. 7:28 to play. Here this opening quarter. No score between Rice and Texas State. Oh, what is, by the way, a beautiful day here in Fort Worth. We are flirting with, 73 right now. This is the highest temperature ever for an Armed Forces Bowl. Previous high was 67.
I'm not complaining about the weather. It just feels off.
It does. It does feel off. Tyven Byers is in at running back right now. Bring a man in motion, quarterback keeper, and not much doing here for Shearhorn. That was blown up in the defensive backfield. Nice job there by Texas State. Able to cause some trouble. That was Longy, I should say, the 6'6", 328-pound senior transfer from Houston. That's a loss of 7 on the play for the Owls.
And penetration is just a death knell for this style of offense. Their reads require a little bit of time, but getting upfield, causing havoc with the mesh really gives this offense troubles, and they cannot start from both second and long and third and long.
Yeah, 3rd and 15 is really hard on Rice. Snap comes back. Shearhorn's first pass of the day. Flushed, rolling right, dumps it underneath. Nothing. Maybe to the 36-yard line. Aaron Turner hauls it in. And that is all. It's going to be 4th down and forever now. Actually, they mark it back at the 26. That's 4 on the loss. And so that's going to be now 4th down and 19. And Rice went the wrong way on that drive.
And listen, Rice in this offense, if they got 3 yards on 1st down, that's a success for them. But getting neutral or no yards or loss really hampers what they try to do, even if they're in gun. This is a run-first offense.
2 receivers left, one to the right-hand side, Chase Allen to punt it away for the second time. His first one went for 49. This one hangs in the air, angled left. Sparks watches it bounce, and then will watch it roll out of bounds at about the 32-yard line. And that's where Texas State will take over. 4.9 on the hang time there. That's a 43-yard effort here and a timeout on the field. 5:28 to play in this opening quarter. Texas State's second possession coming up. No score here. You're listening to Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio and the 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl.
I'm a firefighter.
A teacher.
I'm a farmer. I'm a barber.
A waitress. A mom. We're all part of your community. Every day we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life. It's when you experience a moment of uncertainty. Something or someone's behavior that doesn't seem quite right.
These are the moments to take a pause.
Because if something doesn't feel right, it's probably not. It's not about paranoia
or being afraid.
It's about standing up and protecting our communities.
One detail at a time.
Because a lot of little details can become a pattern.
We
trust our instincts.
Just like you should.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
He's going to heave one deep down the field. And it's caught. It's a touchdown.
There's nothing like that moment when your team clinches a win. The Friday night lights, all those Saturday tailgate traditions, hours in front of the TV on Sunday. Football means tradition. Whether you played or cheered along, the feeling of game day never ends. Join the community and celebrate the game. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Football Matters.
Right after turkey and through the new year, it's bowl season today. From big city lights to cold snowy nights, it's bowl season today. Our gridiron dreams bring us here for our teams, where the fans tailgate and we all celebrate that it's bowl season today. Happy bowl season, everybody.
You're in Coca-Cola Bowl season. Now back to the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl.
5:28 to play in this opening quarter. Brad Jackson back out at quarterback here for Texas State. G.J. Kenny talked about Brad Jackson and the fact that he's returning here to this program, what he means to the Bobcats.
Great leader, obviously the physical skills, the arm strength, and the talent and the accuracy and the running ability. But I think what makes Brad special is all the off the field stuff. He speaks to the team, the FCA on Monday nights. He prays for our team almost every practice afterwards. His work ethic. And I think he's just a really, really good person. He loves Texas State, and I think this world in college football now, I think that sometimes that's hard to find. I think as much as it is about kind of what we're building, it's also just about the young man that Brad is, and to be able to get a quarterback for another year in the same system. I think that'll be something that we can really build on going into next year.
Jackson out of the gun's going to hand it off to Burrell. Burrell on the delay. We'll take it up near the 35. Gain of 4 on first down. Chavez on the tackle. Yeah, there are 4,000 players in the transfer portal at this minute, Marshall Newhouse, and Brad Jackson is not one of them.
I heard the number. The portal officially opened at midnight. I heard the number within 30 minutes just shooting up, and it just felt unreal to me.
Yes.
I think the things that are unspoken about that, we won't belabor the point, is just a lot of these guys aren't going to find the home they think they're going to find.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's the story that gets untold, in my opinion.
Yeah, only about 30% will find a home moving up, as a matter of fact. Burrell on the carry gets him a first down across the 40 to the 41. And now Jackson quickly to the line of scrimmage with two receivers to the left, one to the right. Chris Dawn is wide right. A timeout's going to be taken here by Rice. John Kay, the defensive coordinator.
First charge timeout. Rice. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Steps up to make that call. Yeah, Elvis, it says a little bit about Brad Jackson. You could hear it there from G.J. Kinney. They lean on this young quarterback as their leader and future here for a Texas State program that's really on the rise.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they've done a really great job. This will be 3 rings if they win today, 3 straight bowl games. And so you think about the direction G.J. Kinney's career is headed, an offensive mind, and as a young quarterback, that's what you want to surround yourself. But he also has got a lot of weapons around him, you know, whether it's at the running back position, the wideout position. He's also close to home. Everything just made sense for him to stay here. But you've got to be really impressed with the young man's leadership to be able to step up just as a redshirt freshman and command these guys and kind of rally these guys around him. It says a lot about who he is.
Yeah, G.J. Kinney went 12-2 at Incarnate Word. Comes to Texas State where he's 22-16. By the way, Kinney was the quarterback in this bowl game in 2011 for Tulsa. They lost in that ball game, by the way, to Air Force in that one. They're going to run it left-hand side this time. And where the football is Burrell. Actually, that's Jackson, the quarterback on the keeper, taken across the 45 to the 46-yard line. Yeah, Kinney was the quarterback in the 2011 Armed Forces Bowl. They lost 24-21 in that one. He threw for 214 yards and 3 touchdowns. He did his part, as he likes to say.
Yeah, he was dynamic in college. He transferred from Texas, but when he got to Tulsa, he put them on the map for sure.
Jalen Jenkins up to the 47-yard line. Not much doing there. 3rd down now. On the tackle that time for the Rice Owls. They'll roll through about 10 or 11 defensive backs, including, or defensive linemen, I should say, including Chibi Wachuaku, who made that last time. 3:48 to play in this first quarter. Still no score between Texas State and Rice. Burrell remains in at running back to the left of Jackson. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left-hand side. Snap comes back, Jackson. Pressure up the middle, and they'll get to him. Sack here for the Rice Owls. Little delayed heat comes from Andrew Awe, the former walk-on. Gets the sack of the Bobcats quarterback all the way back to the 38-yard line. That's a loss of 9, and Texas State is going to be forced to punt it away.
Texas State runs a mesh concept there, mesh down the sideline, and then one of the over routes open, but just the pressure gets to Brad Jackson just a split second before he sees his receiver, and really impressive pass rush and pressure by Rice to get off the field on 3rd down.
Yeah, 3.5 sacks for Awe on the year. Nunez out to punt it now for Texas State. Tyson Thompson stands back at the 20-yard line for the Owls. Thompson underneath it. Fair catch made, 22-yard line. 2:49 to play in this quarter. 40-yard punt, 3.9 on the hang time. Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving all branches of the Armed Forces, veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Our members are the mission. Time out of the field, the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Back after this from Shriners Children's Charities.
Before the bright lights on Sunday, before the draft and pro contracts, greatness starts here. It's the East-West Shrine Bowl, January 27th, 2026, at the Ford Center at the Star. A century-old tradition and the first step to NFL stardom. Every play supports game-changing outcomes at Shriners Children's. The 2026 East-West Shrine Bowl. Today's All-Stars, tomorrow's legends. Visit ShrineBowl.com for tickets starting at $26.
Welcome to Fort Worth, Texas for the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. During your stay, you can expect the unexpected. Experience cowboy traditions and weekend rodeos. Stroll through the amazing architecture of our museums. Tap your toes in our music halls. Taste unique Fort Worth eats. Or watch a Texas sunset. Plan your adventure and learn about the Orange Line to the Stockyards at FortWorth.com.
This season, the action isn't just on the field, it's in every game day spread. Hell of a Good dips bring bold flavor to every tailgate, made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
For those who serve, home is what they fight for. Motivated by a sense of duty to defend our families and our freedom, boldly bearing a burden most aren't brave enough for. At Cross Country Mortgage, we don't believe thank you is enough. With our VA loan, coming back means coming home. Equal housing opportunity, NMLS 3029, certificate of eligibility required for VA loans.
2:49 left here in this opening quarter. No score between Texas State and Rice. The Owls in town here for this Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. And Marshall, we got a very special guest in the booth with us right now. Got very familiar with this bowl game. Troy Calhoun, the head coach of the Air Force Falcons, is what. This is a great bowl game, isn't it?
Oh, Brian, it's marvelous. I mean, the job that Brant, the area of Fort Worth, this community, and not only the sponsors, but the reason, right?
Yes.
You think of the men and women who serve in this country and the family members, their sacrifices too, and they do an awesome job of making sure we recognize accordingly.
And you say that too, and you've had some pretty good success here. I mean, this has been a home away from home in postseason at times for Air Force.
Not too bad, you know. In fact, I walked into this place, I thought, 2 years ago was a heck of a win. I think James Madison was number 21 in the country.
Yep.
And the year before that, in 2022, playing Baylor here and do it in a resounding way.
Yep.
Yeah, great memories here.
You go back to 2009 when Air Force beat Houston. That was another great win for it. Hey, let's go back to that Baylor game. How many times you run the same play at the end of the game?
Well, I think it was 22 in the last 24 yards. And you know how it goes. You're a good coach when you have a good player. We had Brad Roberts.
Exactly.
And he got most of those carries during that stretch.
And by the way, I kind of like what Rice is trying to do offensively, coaching. It's going to take Scott Abel's team a little while to get the talent that he wants to run this system. But at Rice, this differentiates you, right?
Well, you must, right? Yep. I think there are only a few places across the country that are so unique. Certainly trying to find the right kid that fits, whether it's a service academy or Rice is certainly, in that way too. But, they got a chance here, Brian.
Here's a pitch.
Here we go,
Turner,
baby.
running left across midfield, and they'll take it into Texas State territory down to the 47-yard line. A little misdirection pitch that time. They bring in Patrick Creighton Jr. His dad played for the Cowboys as a wide receiver, was a quarterback in college, and you already see the dimension that he can bring.
Well, you got to have mobility. I think more than anything else is the recognition of the ball handling skills too. And that's why you like guys that play a good number of sports for the way you have to operate. They ran a little counter play and a read off the counter, and the edge guy closed, and he was able to get the ball to the perimeter.
And it forces an early timeout from Texas State. So you bring in a quarterback, and you already see a quick timeout taken here by G.J. Kinney in Texas State. Troy, we were talking earlier, Marshall and I were, about the fact that the transfer portal opened up. 4,000 kids hit the portal. You don't have the, I'm going to call it the benefit, but it may not be, of going into the portal to get kids. But you do, unfortunately, you can't lose guys to the portal. It hasn't been great for the academies.
Well, Brian, I think long haul, it's how healthy is it? Certainly it's not for us, yet at the same time, the thing is, we're willing to fight for our freedoms in this country.
Sure.
For anybody to pick a different job, they certainly can. And it just makes you have even more admiration and respect for the young men, young women they're going to go serve, and their families too. I mean, you meet the moms and dads of somebody that's of a service member, amazing human beings.
Yeah, and if you ever have doubt about the future, all you got to do is go hang out at the academy for a couple of hours. You feel pretty good about things. 2:15 to play here in this opening quarter. Bring a man in motion across the formation. They're going to hand it off right up the middle. Tyven Bowers, the fullback. And Marshall, you played against Air Force and Troy Calhoun on the other sideline. You know what kind of trouble, even though you're on the offensive side, you heard the defensive guys talking about this offense.
Oh, yeah, they always gave us fits, and just the preparation. You had to be so disciplined. That explosive play before, one guy had his eyes aren't right, and you get an explosive gain. And I'm just so honored to have played against two of the three service academies in their homes, both at West Point and Colorado Springs. Just a special, special place.
Here's Creighton out of the shotgun. One back stands to his left this time. Snap comes back, fake the inside give, run behind him. with Patrick Creighton. Here's the thing, too, about Creighton. He can spin it a little bit. And, Troy, when you have a multi-dimensional guy running this option, a guy who can step back and throw the football when called upon, just opens it up, right?
Well, it does, Brian. You know, it's one of the things I know our aspirations are. We want to be in the top 10 of the country running the football, but we want to be in the top 5 or top 10 of the country in yards per attempt, too. Yep. So being really, really efficient throwing it gives you a different dimension.
Troy Calhoun's the head football coach at the Air Force Academy. In his last 2 games here at the Armed Forces Bowl, standing in with us right now. Creighton this time is going to rip it out, hand it out to his fullback. I should say he's going to take it down to the 39-yard line. I thought that slow mesh there that he took it out of the pocket of Byers, but Byers keeps it. Freshman out of Montgomery, Texas. State of Texas has been good to you and Air Force over the years as far as recruiting is concerned as well. This bowl played a role in that, didn't it?
Well, most certainly. You know, the time that we spent down here and the rewards that come with it, too. We got a big play here now.
4th and 3. What do you like, Coach?
You know what? I think we'll find something on the perimeter. It'll be a mesh of some kind, but eventually he'll find a way to get it to the perimeter.
Here's Creighton this time. Gives it right up the middle of the fullback. And look at this. Dives forward for the first down to the 35-yard line. Tyven Byers on the carry. That's Scott Abel knew what you were prepared for, Coach, and said, I'm going to send it right up the middle then.
You're always reading an edge guy, right?
Yes.
One less guy you got to block.
It's a numbers game right now. And that's what Abel talked about. Both of these offenses, Marshall, even though they're different, the air raid and what they refer to as the gun choice, it's all a numbers game, right? It's all math.
Numbers and leverage, absolutely. Yeah. Rice right there. Give the dive, but Texas State has to be disciplined and everyone has to be in their spot. As soon as one guy's not in the spot, that's when you get these big plays.
Here's our first completion for Patrick Creighton. It goes to Aaron Turner on the receiving end. Keeps Texas State honest there. Javis Maidot on the tackle. That's going to end this first quarter of play here at the Armed Forces Bowl. Troy Calhoun, thank you for coming by. Always
thank you, Brian. Marvelous bowl. You guys are first-class human beings, Marshall.
Thank you.
Sure admire everything you're all about as a man. In addition to being one heck of a football player.
Good to see you, Coach.
Hey, what do you say we make an appointment to be back here next year?
Hey, I like it, Brian.
You not in the booth, though, on the field.
There you go.
All right, Troy Calhoun, head coach of the Air Force Academy, joining us here. That's the end of the first quarter. No score here between Texas State and Rice for this ball game. Back we come after this timeout. A word from AT&T FirstNet.
At the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl, we salute the men and women of our military who rise to every challenge. As an official sponsor, FirstNet supports those who protect our nation every day. Your courage, bravery, and sacrifice inspires us all. When every second counts, you are there. FirstNet, honoring those who serve, supporting those who protect.
You wake up confident and proud, ready to serve your purpose. Not because First Cash has over 20,000 employees across more than 3,000 stores in 6 countries. It's because you know that First Cash has the products and the services you need, provided by our team members you can trust, right within your neighborhood. First Cash, proud sponsor of the Armed Forces Bowl.
Since 1977, Dannon North America has had a presence in the heart of Fort Worth. With a focus on consumer expectations through its commitment to delivering high-quality, nutritious, and innovative products in the dairy category, Dannon North America has strived to recruit, retain, and develop veterans and military reserve, while fostering an environment in which their unique skill sets can be fully leveraged for maximum contribution to the organization. Dannon North America, proud supporter of the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl in Fort Worth.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No, I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
Every day, we at Vortex are privileged to walk among heroes. Every day, we share our cities, our offices, and our homes with brave men and women who have served and continue to serve our country. Every day, we walk among them. But today, it is our privilege to thank them. We are proud to honor those who have served our country while serving those who remain on active duty. To share your hero story and to join us in supporting veterans, go to heroes.vtxnation.com.
Hoppy Kercheval and Kyle Wiggs at the Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio Studios. Kyle, what have you seen so far in this first quarter?
Well, Rice really struggled its first possessions, but they got a little spark here with Patrick Creighton in at quarterback, moved the football, the big run by Aaron Turner for 30 yards for their first down. We'll see if they can get some points out of this drive.
All right, coming up at halftime, I have highlights from the first half and previews of 3 additional bowl games today, but now back to Marshall, Elvis, and Brian in Fort Worth. Brian, how about that wild ending of Georgia Ole Miss last night? That was I've never seen 2 plays with 1 second on the clock.
Yeah, and I was looking for a third. I was like, are they going to give them more time here, Trying to figure out something. It's going to be a defensive penalty, You can't end on that,
Oh,
right?
man.
It is 2nd down and 7 as we get ready for the start of this second quarter. No score here between Texas State and Rice. Creighton's in at quarterback with Hardeman in the backfield standing directly behind him. 2 teams pretty even in that first quarter. In all phases, they hand it off. Hardeman tried to bounce it right. Nothing doing there on 2nd down. May have actually lost a couple. Kennard Snyder on the stop. First quarter, 42 yards on the ground for Rice, 2 through the air, 44 total offense, 2 first downs. Texas State, 18 on the ground, 32 through the air, 50 total yards, 4 first downs. Time of possession, 7:48 Texas State, 7:12 Rice. No score. 2 teams still kind of feeling each other out. Both teams are 0 for 3 on 3rd down. Creighton to throw for 1 here. Hit as he lets go of it, threw it right to a Bobcat. Return down the right-hand side, picked off of the 30, up to the 40, to midfield, bounced out of bounds. Inside Rice's 35-yard line is Jaden Rios. Rios comes up with the interception. 44-yard return. The senior out of Frisco, Texas, sets up the Bobcats now to start this second quarter.
An errant pass by Patrick Creighton as he's getting hit throwing the ball, and Rios doesn't have to work for that one. That might be the easiest pick right in his chest, and then he takes it for a nice return for Texas State. Rice was driving there. I think Scott Abel has found something at Patrick Creighton, but that an unfortunate error as you're moving into the red zone puts Texas State in prime position.
Elvis, I was having flashbacks to a Super Bowl years ago from a guy who played on this field in Fort Worth, Larry Brown, against the Steelers. Remember when they threw it right to him and he ran back the other way? That was what that felt like. That pass was completed to the wrong guy.
You're right. That's pretty good memory. I do remember that. Larry Brown, TCU Horned Frog, Dallas Cowboy, Super Bowl MVP. And, just that pressure got to Creighton. He just couldn't release it. Should have been thrown a little bit further outside.
That was Neil O'Donnell who made him the MVP, right? Here's pressure left-hand side with a quarterback. Brad Jackson goes down at the 42-yard line. It's going to be a loss of 4 on the play. They get to him again. I tell you, this defensive front for Rice, Eddie Onwu, that time, the defensive end gets to the quarterback. They've applied some pressure here early on and given Texas State some trouble, Marshall.
I think both defensive lines have had their ears pinned back in obvious pass situations and just getting just enough pressure to make these 2 QBs uncomfortable.
2nd and 14 now, 13:45 to play. Jackson takes it out of the belly of the running back, keeps it himself, and races forward to the 31-yard line. Deceptively fast is Brad Jackson. The redshirt freshman quarterback, Peyton Stevenson, finally brings him down. That's a gain of 11, though, on that one.
Can you be deceptively fast if you got the 2nd most rushing touchdowns by a QB in FBS this year?
Here's the quarterback, Jackson. Deep ball, left side. Man coverage. Has the man just off the fingertips of Bo Sparks, who had a step or two that time on Jarrett Harper. It'll bring up now 3rd down, 3rd and 3 for Texas State.
He took the man matchup on the left with Bo Sparks, and just a little bit more air under this ball, just out of the fingertips of Sparks, and they've got a touchdown. Brad Jackson there, just missing a touchdown.
And surprised they haven't taken more shots, fellas. I mean, Bo Sparks could flat out run. 10-4 kid in 100 out of high school. I mean, I think that's the one weakness of this Rice secondary is they need to take some shots through the Bobcats.
4th down now. 4th and 4. Texas State has got to take another timeout. They've missed on their last 3 throws with Brad Jackson. Facing 4th and 4, and G.J. Kenny's going to talk through this one, and I don't blame him. G.J. Kenny talked to us this week about the clash of these 2 different styles offensively.
Yeah, I think if you really dive into it and really look at it, some of the things that we've done, especially this year, maybe not too different, and exactly what you said, have a ton of respect for what they do, and obviously it's hard to even replicate it in practice. We try, but, I'm sure that's not the first time he's heard that. But, it's one of those things where you try to replicate this stuff in practice, and it's really hard, and you're watching it, and, you're always, I think that's pretty natural, too. You look at some things, and you maybe add add some things that they've done just because you watch them for a month. You're like, hey, this is some pretty good stuff. You're going down there to the defensive staff going, hey, we got to be ready for this, got to be ready for that. And so, I have a ton of respect for what they do. But if you really look at it, I think some of our core principles are very similar, and it's definitely been a challenge to get prepared for, hopefully we'll be ready for it.
I guess the end game is you're just trying to score, right, Marshall? I mean, so you might line up differently, you may run different plays, but the end game's the end game.
Put the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, 4th and 4 now. Perry's in at running back here for Brad Jackson. Bring a man in motion. It's Chris Dawn from left to right. Snap back. They rush 5, throw underneath, catch made, gone, first down. To the 30, down to the 25-yard line, I should say. That's a 7-yard gain. Davion Hook finally brings him down.
They motion to a stack on the right and basically run kind of a distraction slant, which allows the receiver to get distance and separation, and just a throw and catch there by Brad Jackson.
First down at 10 now. 3 receivers to the left-hand side. Man in motion is Dawn. Fakes the inside give. Quarterback keeper Jackson running right. And he'll get to the 22-yard line. Pick him up 3. Alway on the tackle. 2nd and 7 upcoming for Texas State. They flirt with the red zone here of Rice. 12:30 to play in this second quarter. Still no score. The Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl here today. 2 receivers to the left-hand side. They bring another back into the backfield, and now they're going to swap Jackson and Chris Dawn. Snap comes back, though, to Perry, and Perry's going to take it on the direct snap inside the 15 to the 14-yard line. That's a first down, and a pickup of 8 here on that carry. Alway on the tackle one more time.
They did a little New York City Street 3-card Monty before the snap, switching the quarterback and the running back, ultimately getting to just a direct snap with a puller. It did just enough damage where Texas State gets the first conversion here in the red zone.
Substitutions now for the Bobcats.
Can't move anyway.
Jackson. Operating here out of the shotgun has Perry standing to his left now. 3 receivers. Side. 12-yard line. Going to bring up second down and 9. At our coin flip today, Rice had an honorary captain, former Navy pilot, NASA administrator, Oklahoma congressman, and Rice graduate Jim Breitenstein. Texas State's honorary captain was a former Navy service member and Texas State tight end Tyler Huff. So 2 former players were the honorary captains, both of them with service here today. Second down now, 2nd and 9. Burrell in the shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Burrell slides up in the pocket. Does Jackson, and Jackson gets to about the 19. Burrell was supposed to pick up that defender, didn't do it. And Mutombo makes the tackle. There is a penalty marker in the backfield, defensive backfield. We'll hear from our MAC crew, our MAC officiating crew here.
Holding.
First penalty.
Defense, number 7. Happens to the goal. Automatic, first down.
That's Matt Pikowski, the referee. Omari Porter, the guilty party, by the way. Dan Montgomery's our umpire. Jeffrey Johnson, the head line judge. Michael Williams, line judge. Field judge is Kendall Smith. Jason Frank is the side judge. Devin Allers, the back judge. Our center judge is Darren Haas. Replay official for this one is Jason Boykin. First and goal at the 7 now after the penalty. Substitutions along that defensive front now for Rice. Bringing some beef. Clark Jolivet is in at 1 defensive tackle, as is Aquinas Clemens now. Burrell in the backfield stands to the left of the quarterback, Jackson. Jackson out of the shotgun. 5 down linemen come. Pressure rolling to his left. Jackson turns it up and scores. Touchdown, Texas State. From 6 yards out. Early lead for the Bobcats. They strike first, 6-0 here, the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl.
Jackson drops back. It doesn't see what he likes. Gets a little bit of pressure, but sees the lane, steps up to the left. And again, he has absolute athleticism with 16 rushing touchdowns and leads the team And as we said, also second most in the FBS. He can do that, and he does it well. Touchdown, Bobcats.
Robles out for the point after. Holding it will be Nunez. Snap from Turner. Here's a hold, the kick, it's up, and it is good. 10:31 to play in this second quarter. Texas State, I should say, strikes first here over Rice. That was a hell of a good extra point brought to us by Hell of a Good Dips in stores near you. I'm out of the field here at the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Beautiful day here in Fort Worth. 7-0. Texas State leads it on Rice. Back we come after this timeout, and a word from Hell of a Good Dip.
This season, the action isn't just on the field. It's in every game day spread. Hell of a Good Dips bring bold flavor to every watch party. Made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
For 250 years, America has stood for freedom. And for 20 years, Perimeter Global Logistics has stood with those who protect it. From delivering defense freight to hiring America's fighting heroes, PGL empowers veterans and ships the freight that keeps America moving. PGL is woman-owned and veteran-driven. When duty calls, PGL delivers. Perimeter Global Logistics, proud sponsor of the Armed Forces Bowl.
CTEC is a local, woman-owned business and a proud sponsor of the 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. For nearly 4 decades, CTEC has supplied aerospace and defense industries with the highest quality and most reliable components to help keep America soaring. Supporting our armed forces isn't just our business, it's our mission. CTEC is honored to support those who serve, today and every day. Learn more about our commitment at ctec.com.
It takes a different breed to be the first to respond. The first on the scene. The first to tackle disaster head on. At ServPro, we witness the bravery of first responders almost every day. So to all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, this game's for you. ServPro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
10:31 to play here in the second quarter. 7-0 Texas State with the early lead on Rice. They strike first, 8 plays, 38 yards, 3 minutes and 46 seconds off the clock. Brad Jackson's 17th career touchdown, Elvis. He joins pretty good company now at Texas State, doesn't he?
Yeah, he now becomes number 1 in history of just single-season record of rushing touchdowns at 17, as you just mentioned, Brian, and he broke his coach's record. Barrett Neely was a quarterback here who's now the running backs coach at Texas State. Quarterback here in the early 2000s was tied up with him at 16. That's him now solo number 1 for Brad Jackson.
Levi Mel joins us right now. He's had a date, and he's a running back there. He's a recipient of the Armed Forces Merit Award, presented annually by the Football Writers Association. He served 4 years in the Marines. You were an infantry machine gunner. Did I get that right, Levi?
Yep, that's correct.
How about that, man? And now play a little college football.
Yes, sir.
A little different, huh?
A little different.
The two are a little different?
I think they're actually more similar than most people would think.
Really? Yeah, you always got some. You're always on edge, if nothing else, right?
That's true. Yeah.
I want to talk to you about the process, the getting here in Fort Worth. You joined the Flyer football program in 2022. Out of West Liberty, Ohio. Michael James out to kick it off. Tyson Thompson and Quentin Jackson are back deep. Here's a kick, line drive kick, bounces and rolls into the end zone. I know you battled an ankle injury a little bit this year, right? But you got some time in at running back, scored a touchdown as well. This has got to be something special to you, the Armed Forces Merit Award recipient. Give me some sense of what that means to you, Levi.
It's kind of hard to say, really. I mean, it's cool to be recognized. It's really, to me, the coolest part is to be able to bring some attention to University of Dayton.
Yes.
You know, they gave me a chance when I wasn't recruited by anybody out of high school. So, and I was out of football for 4 years. So, it's really awesome to give them some attention.
Pioneer League of football. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. 2 receivers to the left-hand side. Out of the shotgun now. Shearhorn is back in at quarterback with Jackson standing to his left. And on the run goes Jackson to about the, look at the spot him at the 23-yard line. Loss of 2 on the play that time for Quentin Jackson. All right, give me some sense of what the Flyers are going to be like next year. You're already looking forward to next season?
I mean, I'm not coming back next season.
I know you're not, but they're going to be pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah, oh yeah, they're going to be really good. We got most of our best players are coming back. We got some really good returners.
What's the future for Levi like?
I'm wanting to go to physical therapy school.
Yes.
Haven't been accepted yet, so we'll see, but that's the goal.
Out of the shotgun, work Shearhorn again with Jackson in the backfield. Shearhorn option, short side, turns it up with room across the 25 to the 26. It'll bring him third down now. Third down and 10. So you spent 4 years in. Am I right about that in the service?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and where were you stationed predominantly?
Camp Lejeune, North Carolina.
All right. Is that in Jacksonville? Where is that?
It is. Yep, Jacksonville, North Carolina.
Yeah, good. Did you get any time overseas or no?
I deployed to Japan for 6 months in 2020. Other than that, then.
Well, we want to thank you for your service and congratulations on winning the Armed Forces Merit Award. By the way, what do you think of Fort Worth, Texas?
It's been awesome so far. Yeah, this place is great.
You have a good time?
Yeah.
And you brought your wife. Good move.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, brought my parents and her parents. So.
Oh, you brought the whole crew then. Good deal. Well, Happy New Year. Congratulations on the award.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for stopping by. That's Levi Mell joining us, the Armed Forces Merit Award recipient this year at the Armed Forces Bowl. The Texas State Bobcats leading at 7-0 over Rice. Rice facing a big third down and 10 here, Marshall, now from their own 25.
Yeah, this is not where they want to live. I'll keep saying that, but the rotating of quarterbacks has been interesting because you would think that they would defer their strategy from guy to guy, but they run the same system. And it's so important to get positive chunks on first and second down because right now they're turning into a passing team, and I don't think that's where they want to stay.
Third down now, 3rd and 9. Shearhorn out of the shotgun. This gun choice offense, one back behind him to throw at Shearhorn. In the pocket, stepping up, sliding forward, nothing. May have lost a yard. 4th and 11. They'll be forced to punt it again. Cameron Washington gets credit for the sack there. Another punt coming here for Chase Allen. He's been good, 49 and 43. He gets a lot of practice. Will Sparks stands back at the 35 for Texas State. Rice's defense is keeping him in this one. Another terrific punt here for Allen. Turns over, hits at the 15, heads dead right inside the 10 at about the 9. They're going to spot him just at the 9 or 10. 4.2 on the hang time. And a terrific punt of 66 yards for Chase Allen, the graduate transfer from UTSA. Able to bang that one and put Texas State deep in their own territory. That's where their drive will start when we get back with 8:57 to play here in this second quarter. Texas State leads at 7-0. Bowl-bound teams bring their best, so should you. Nothing says game day like the bowl-worthy taste of Hampton Farms peanuts. Bring the flavor, bring the tradition. Hampton Farms, the official peanut of bowl season. Available in your favorite grocer's produce section. Let's get nutty. Time out on the field, 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Back after this timeout.
This is an Xbox, and this is an Xbox that takes calls. This is an Xbox when you need a study break. This is you enjoying seamless gaming on the go with the new ROG Xbox Ally. And this, that's a beatbox. To recap, this, and this are all Xboxes. And this is you gaming wherever, whenever, however. That's an achievement unlocked. The choice is yours. Play Xbox on your favorite Xbox device.
Lockheed Martin's vision of 21st century security means preparing to make split-second decisions with certainty. Because whether your mission is over land, on the sea, through the air, in outer space, or cyberspace, our mission is to help you detect the threats, connect the tech, and protect what matters most in every domain of operation. Lockheed Martin, ensuring those we serve always stay ahead of ready.
JLab is powering the 2025 college football season with incredible earbuds, headphones, and speakers, and supporting elite athletes from powerhouse programs nationwide, including Ohio State's Julian Sayin and Carnell Tate, Indiana's Fernando Mendoza, Arkansas's Taylor Green, and Vanderbilt's Martell Height Jr. These incredible players elevate every rep, traveling game day with JLab earbuds, headphones, and speakers. JLab, your kind of tech, straight from the lab. Shop at JLab.com, Amazon, and retailers everywhere.
If your child has a common orthopedic condition, that doesn't mean you can only get common treatments. You can choose Shriners Children's. Our world-class care is not limited to insurance networks or to what's been done before. The same doctors who innovate treatments for the most complicated orthopedic issues will help your child grow and develop properly. See what we do at shrinerschildrens.org. Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere.
Bowl season radio coverage of the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl is presented by Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
8:57 to play, second quarter. Texas State leads at 7-0. Stations, before we go a step further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio from First Team. Texas State starts this drive at their own 10-yard line, leading at 7-0 on Rice. Greg Burrell is in at running back with Brad Jackson, the quarterback, standing to his left. Jackson, play action to throw it, fired it out too high. Into the right bench. Had a man there. That was Bo Sparks, but Jackson just misses on that one. Elvis, if you're Rice's defense right now, it's 7-0, Texas State's leading it, and the Rice offense has struggled. Let's just put it nicely. You got to be pleased with how your defense is playing.
I think so. As I mentioned, they were really trying to weather the storm early, kind of really bailing these guys to prevent any big explosive play, but they've tackled really well.
Offense only has 43 total yards in this ball game. Jackson batted down in the end zone. They brought a little pressure, did Rice with Ty Morris. We had a chance to visit with Ty. What a nice guy. He talked about how this defense changed over the year.
I feel like the growth was good. Like we had ups and downs, obviously, but we've been through a lot as a whole defense, whether it's one position group, once somebody going down, the next man stepping up, young guys stepping up, as Coach Abel mentioned, we had a couple freshman D-liners stepping up doing their thing. So that's just the one thing that I've seen a lot with the growth over the season.
Yeah, they've gotten better and better. Here's Jackson out of the gun, taking the snap, trying to run for it. Penalty marker comes in. They get him on the ground immediately. Aquinas Clemens gets credit for the tackle, but let's check the flag. It is back at the 42-yard line. So it's about 30 yards.
During the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Bench of Rice for contact with an official.
Oh, my.
15-yard penalty for the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Scott Abel's going to eat his hat now there, talking to this MAC crew. And he's just letting them have it. Instead of punting from their 6-yard line, this is going to be charged to the head coach, who's letting that official have it on the sideline. And that's a tough break, Marshall.
There's chewing out, and there's whatever Scott Abel is doing to this referee. Yeah, I was just going to say, here we are, 9 minutes left in the half. This Rice defense is 129th in points allowed. They've only allowed 7 points. They get off the field on third down.
Texas State. That is their third and final to half.
This is going about as good as you can imagine on defense, and then to get a penalty like that, I think he might be upset about not getting a warning.
Yes.
We didn't see exactly what happened on the sideline, but he is livid down there.
And almost you're down there. I mean, and by the way, the referee who just announced the timeout walked to the other side because he knew he was about to get an earful from Scott Abel, who continues to deliver to that official on the sideline. Elvis, did you see anything blatant from the Rice coaching staff there?
No, it really did. Now, I did make my way over to the Texas State side, and I have a pretty good angle of it. I mean, I didn't think it was – I kind of caught the tail end of it. I didn't see anything that would really result in a penalty flag, especially in that spot. I mean, I know you got to throw it whenever. There's no such thing as the right or wrong spot, but, man, that is a huge penalty for this Rice defense that's playing really well. And if you hear a lot of things coming out of Rice camp this week was they really wanted to bottle with Brad Jackson. They feel like he's really dangerous. He just tries to slip out of there. He wants to roll out. Maybe some of that has to do with his size. You know, he's listed as 6 foot. I don't know if he's 6 foot, so he's more comfortable getting out. And they've done a really great job of closing the lanes, keeping him in the pocket, frustrating him. And after a big play like that, then it results in a penalty. That's a backbreaker.
Yeah, give credit to Sean Kay, the defensive coordinator, for his scheme. He has a terrific young corners coach in Jeremy Modkins, who's been coaching up a defensive backfield that's, well, it's been banged up to say the least. He's had to patchwork it together. They're playing well here early on, 8:42 to go. Here in this second quarter, Texas State with the football. They're on 25-yard line after the penalty. Referee late getting back out on the field. And in at quarterback comes Gavin Parkhurst. Keep our eye on this. They called the timeout, and I wonder if something was going on with Jackson. We'll try to get an update. Parkhurst, who's from here in Fort Worth, is in at quarterback. Burrell in the backfield. Handed to him, running room left, 30, 35, up near the 39-yard line. Goes Burrell on the run. Jarrett Harper on the tackle. That's a gain of 14, another first down.
Just a one and done for Parkhurst, the freshman out of Fort Worth Episcopal. A really great handoff and run. Just a huge gap on the left side of the football, on the left side of the field for Texas State. They're rolling the way they thought they were.
Yeah, Jackson's back in, so you're right. Just one play for Parkhurst. They handed on the pitch back this time, running right side with his Bo Sparks. Rice stays home. Penalty marker comes in. This might be against Texas State. That's a gain of 7 on the play. But I feel like it's going backwards. Again, some Mid-American Conference officiating crew.
Personal foul. Block below the waist. Defense. Number 7. 15-yard penalty will be added on again the run. Automatic first down.
They call that on Amari Porter, the corner.
That's something they've tried to eliminate from the game, is on the edge, especially when linemen are pulling or backs are pulling. Unfortunately, these corners are not allowed to throw and cut like they used to. They saw some injury spikes, and they try to get rid of it. But if you're Amari Porter, I'm not sure what you do there. It's a tough look right there.
Transfer from Stanford. They throw the screen right. Who can throw it downfield? It was a lateral. Catch was made by the tight end inside the 20 and down to the 18-yard line. Blake Smith able to haul it all, the junior out of Southlake. They actually threw it to Bo Sparks, who put that one in the air. The lateral, Sparks moving forward, connects with the tight end.
We're down here in the part of the field where you do see some trick plays, some gadget plays right there, a little bubble screen double pass. And if not for the short throw, that might have been a touchdown, but well executed by Texas State. A timely play down here on their side of the field.
1st and 10 now at the 18-yard line for the Bobcats. Man in motion is Blake Smith, the tight end, rejoins the tight set. They look at him. Does Jackson now throws it downfield just to get rid of it before the hit comes. That was Awe and Chase. I tell you, I really like this middle linebacker, Elvis. Andrew Awe, the former walk-on, 101 tackles this year.
Boy, he really moves well. I mean, he's got great size, laterally, good reads. You always talking to Jeremy Modkins, and we asked him a lot about his defense. He said, you know, we really kind of what Jeremy grew up in, Gary Patterson's defense at TCU. We look for smart guys that know alignment and assignment's really important, and he's one of those guys.
Awe earned a scholarship. 2nd and 10 now from the 18. They throw it in the flat left. Great job out there defensively for Rice to get him down at the 37-yard line. That was Chris Dawn on the receiving end, but a terrific effort defensively from Ty Morris again. The linebacker blew through the tight end to make the hit.
Texas State tries to run on the bubble screen to the left, but Ty Morris blows up the block attempt for Blake Smith for that play.
These linebackers are good. 4 wides here for Jackson. Flushes out of the pocket, dives here to the 11-yard line on the sprint. Jackson keeps him alive with his feet. And AYU on the tackle. And now it's 4th down, and let's see. Texas State's going to bring out the field goal. You know, I thought for a minute that GJ was going to go for it on 4th and 4, and the 17-yard line here in the red zone. The Rice, where they bring out the field goal unit. That's Tyler Robles out of Encinitas, California.
And given the penalty earlier in the drive, this is a win for this Rice defense. They are dead last in red zone defense, so to hold Texas State to a field goal attempt is an absolute win.
30 from the left hash for Robles. Kick is up, and it is good. A hell of a good field goal there from 30 yards out. Find a hell of a good tips in stores near you. Texas State takes a 10-point lead now with 6:17 to play in this second quarter in Fort Worth Resorts World, Las Vegas, where your weekend wins big. 3 luxury hotels, Hilton, Conrad, Crockford's, plus world-class dining, unforgettable entertainment, all under one roof. Discover more at rwlasvegas.com. Our flag today for the national anthem, pretty neat. Carrying that nation's flag, Lockheed Martin military veterans and over 100 recruits from all 6 military branches who at halftime will be sworn in to protect that flag of our country as well as our freedoms. Time out of the field here. Texas State leading it on Rice. You're listening to Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio's coverage of the 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl.
He's going to heave one deep down the field. And it's caught. It's a touchdown.
There's nothing like that moment when your team clenches a win. Bragging rights, the electric feel of the crowd, your fight song filling the stands. Whether it's Friday Night Lights or waking up on Saturday ready to tailgate, or the hours of excitement of watching games on Sunday. Football means tradition. It's synonymous with the fall. Whether you played, cheered, performed in the band, or just like to try your hand at armchair quarterbacking, the feeling of game day never ends. Imagine life without football? You can't. And why would you want to? Football is a powerful motivator for all who take part. Football matters in our lives.
What a finish! I can't believe we witnessed that today.
Join the community and celebrate the game. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Football Matters.
Aisleseats.com is your source for tickets to all types of events, sports, concerts, theater, and virtually anything else that takes a ticket. If your event is sold out or you can't get the quality of seats that you're looking for, that is what we specialize in. Great seats to the hottest events. We can also help if you're on a budget. Many tickets are priced below face value. Best of all, Aisleseats.com has none of the service charges that other sites are famous for. The price you see is what you get. Visit Aisleseats.com. That's aisle with an A. AISLESCATS.com.
Wake up, scroll, eat, school, work, TV, podcast, eat, scroll, sleep, rinse, repeat. We've all been there, stuck in the same routine, day in and day out. But in the U.S. Air Force, you can put an end to this endless cycle. With over 200 career options at bases across the entire globe, your exciting future starts here. To learn more and get started, go to airforce.com. Aim high.
You're listening to the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl from Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio.
9-play drive, 78 yards, 2:40 off the clock. Texas State with a 30-yard, hell of a good field goal. They lead at 10-0 now. On the Rice Owls, 6:17 to play in this second quarter. Brian Estridge, Marshall Newhouse, Elvis Gallegos with you. What a beautiful day here at Fort Worth. Michael James set to kick it off from right to left for Texas State. Back deep for Rice goes Quentin Jackson. Tyson Thompson. This one hangs in the air. 2 yards deep, bringing it out. It's Jackson. Up the middle, 10, 15, 20. Slips through outside of the 30. Spins out of a tackle on his feet to the 35. Nice return that time for Quentin Jackson, the full-time running back for the Owls. They have the football. First down. They'll trot out another freshman quarterback. They've got two. And Lucas Shearhorn and P.J. Creighton. And their head coach, Scott Abel, talked about the opportunity for both earlier in the week.
I'm incredibly excited for them. And as we talk about what this period means for us, that's really what it's about, is taking a peek at the future while you're trying to establish some real momentum going into your offseason. And I think they both give us those opportunities to build momentum and now to take a peek at what the future could look like.
Lucas Shearhorn's out there now. We've seen Creighton as well. Tyven Bowers, freshman, is in that running back. Here's the option pitch. Right-hand side, Byers. bobbling it, gets it up to the 32, and that's all. That's going to be a loss of a couple of the play. Aaron Turner. Great pursuit. This Texas State defense, Elvis, has got some speed, don't they?
They sure do. Very athletic guys. I mean, I think the linebacker position is really good. I think that's where they get people lined up. They can move laterally. They got a few guys there. Aiden Jones, Traylon Payne is probably a guy that we should be highlighting more. He broke the single season record with 24 tackles at Marshall this year. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, 102 for the season for the senior out of San Antonio as a Houston transfer. Shearhorn out of the gun again. One back standing to his left. Shearhorn ripped it out of his belly, and they're going backwards again. Back this time to the 25. That's Kennard Snyder making the tackle. The defensive end out of Vero Beach, transfer from Iowa State. That's a loss of 6 on the play.
Yeah, Kennard Snyder just blitzes the mesh there. Kind of an inverted veer from Rice. UB keep the ball and has just no chance. Snyder's all over him.
Third down now. 3rd and 18. Owls going backwards again. Rice is 0 of 4 on 3rd down. Shearhorn stays out there. Transfer from Kennesaw State. They've averaged needing 10.6 on 3rd down. Need 18 here. Shearhorn deep ball left side incomplete. Penalty marker comes in though. Receiver may have been bumped. Aaron Turner was offline there, and let's see. The ball was 10 yards past him, but it may have been because the defender bumped him.
I think Shearhorn might get bailed out for just a tough throw.
Pass interference. Defense. Number 23. 15-yard penalty from the previous stop. Automatic first down.
That's Amarian Atwood. That's the first penalty charge to Texas State in this ball game, and a break there for Rice. With 4:40 to play in the second. Bobcats leading at 10-0, and Rice now finally gets a break offensively. That's one way to convert 3rd and 18. Doesn't officially go as a conversion, but we're going to give it to him anyway. 2 receivers to the right, 1 back in. Shearhorn out of the gun, hands it off this time to Quentin Jackson. Jackson slips to the 45-yard line. One of the cool things about this ball game every year happened just a few minutes ago during one of the timeouts. The Armed Services YMCA always has a reunion, if you will. They bring a video out. Today, Dominique Villafano, who is based in Hawaii, she's a Marine Corps sergeant, had a message for her family. I'll tell you what happened after this play. They handed off right up the middle of Jackson, maybe a yard, and that's on the 46 of Eric Woods on the tackle. So the family sees the video, kind of a message, and it's kind of neat. And then out of the tunnel walked Dominique with her son to see her parents for the first time in 4 years.
Those reunions are just undefeated. So special.
3rd down now. 3rd and 5 from the 46-yard line. Handed off this side. Right-hand side. Flipping it across midfield goes Samaj Pierre. And Pierre's going to take it down to the 47. He gets enough for a first down here. Nice run that time. That's his first touch of the day. Freshman out of Baton Rouge. Picks up 6.
I wouldn't confuse Quentin Jackson at 5'7", 160 for a lead blocker, but he gets tasked with that on that jet sweep and gets demolished, but does just enough to clear the lane for the first down conversion.
Yeah, got in the way, right?
Got in the way.
1st and 10 now at the 48. Shearhorn with Byers back in the backfield. Byers at 5'10", 214 can be a load. They got high hopes for that freshman. This time they run the option pitch left-hand side with it. Turner tried to turn the corner, and a shoestring tackle made out on the edge by Malik Willis. Gets him down. No gain, and bring up 2nd down at 10. 76 is a proud sponsor of bowl season. You want to win the ultimate fan experience to the CFP National Championship in Miami? Well, the Fuel Forward app from 76 can get you there. Visit 76.com/thegoroute for details on how to enter. 2nd and 10 of the 48. 2 receivers left. 1 back stands to the right. It's Byers. Out of a shotgun, works Shearhorn. Takes the inside give, trying to throw it. Little pop pass, couldn't do it. Well defended. They get him down to the ground before he can get rid of it. Donterry Russell was there this time.
Russell and company blitz from the boundary and just blow up a play-action shot play. Just not enough protection for Shearhorn. He has no chance, and a sack, and just a debilitating sack for this offense.
And Elvis, I feel like Texas State is getting this pressure with just 4 down linemen.
They are, but if you notice, they're rotating them, a lot of guys. They're really rotating. It's getting pretty hot down here. Actually, the last series, the D linemen were fighting over the cooling fans down here because it's a little warm. So, yeah, getting fresh bodies does matter right now.
Yeah, 73 and sunny in Fort Worth today at the 2-minute timeout. With our score, Texas State 10 and Rice nothing at the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. More from bowl season after this from Navy Federal Credit Union.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No. I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
At the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl, we salute the men and women of our military who rise to every challenge. As an official sponsor, FirstNet supports those who protect our nation every day. Your courage, bravery, and sacrifice inspires us all. When every second counts, you are there. FirstNet, honoring those who serve, supporting those who protect.
Wake up, scroll, eat, school, work, TV, podcast, eat, scroll, sleep, rinse, repeat. We've all been there, stuck in the same routine, day in and day out. But in the U.S. Air Force, you can put an end to this endless cycle. With over 200 career options at bases across the entire globe, your exciting future starts here. To learn more and get started, go to airforce.com. Aim high.
Hey Texans, ready to support veterans simply by getting your electricity? With Veteran Energy, anyone can enjoy their competitive electricity rates and exceptional customer care, all while supporting our American military members. Support our heroes is more than a company tagline. It's a commitment we strive to honor each day. For more information on our plans and charity partners, go to veteranenergyusa.com/AFB. That's veteranenergyusa.com/Alpha Foxtrot Bravo.
Hoppy Kercheval in the Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio Studios. Coming up at halftime, highlights from the first half, and Kyle Wiggs will set up the 3 remaining bowl games today. And we'll update you on portal news since the 15-day window opened today. Now back to the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl with Marshall Newhouse, Elvis Gallegos, and Brian Estridge. And Brian, there are several thousand players in the portal. If you want us to keep up with all that, we're going to need a longer halftime.
As long as you and Kyle aren't in the portal, I'm cool, man.
We are not.
The rest of them I could care less about.
We are committed to our studios.
10-0 right now. Texas State leading it here on Rice. Rice facing a 3rd and 16 now with 2 minutes left in this first half. Lucas Shearhorn in at quarterback. 2 receivers to the left-hand side now. Shearhorn's got 1 back end. Quentin Jackson. Like a man in motion, it is Turner across the formation. Shearhorn pressure. Oh, it's a great call, and he missed it. Had a screen set up for Quentin Jackson. The pressure was coming from Texas State. Scott Abel had the perfect call on, but you got to complete the pass, Marshall.
Yeah, that's a slow screen to the right. Shearhorn gets rushed. You have a play action fake in there, which I think makes this operation take even longer, but then he floats the pass out of the reach of the running back. They had something set up there, maybe a long, explosive game, maybe a touchdown. Unfortunately, they're punting, unfortunately.
Yeah, Chase Allen back out there. Elvis, that time that was not the 4-down lineman applying pressure. Texas State brought the heat, didn't they?
Dial it up, and if he just quarterback hangs on to it a second longer, he may hit him.
Here's Bo Sparks back deep to return this one. Watches it sail out of bounds. And Texas State should have pretty good field position here. 3.8 on the hang time, but let's check the play. Officials step in. It's been a fairly clean first half between these two teams. They continue to converse, do the officials. Ball went out of bounds at about the 20. Flag is back at the 8.
I see some Rice offensive players readying off the bench.
Scott Abel's got his offense out there.
During the kick, personal foul, Texas State, block out of bounds. Be a half distance to the goal. Be first down, Texas State.
How about this? So Texas State will have it. They'll move it backwards.
Yeah, change of possession still.
Yeah, but block out of bounds.
So we can talk about this operation. I don't know if you were on punt coverage or return, but there's a position called the gunner. He is on punt coverage. It's usually solo, and he's trying to get down to the return man as fast as possible. But there are usually one or two blockers trying to prevent him. If they block him out of bounds, they are supposed to let him go so he can reestablish himself in bounds. But if they keep blocking and just bury him, that's a penalty. They can't overdo that blocking on punt return.
So all the way to the wall is not good?
No, it's not good.
Okay, that's what happened there. 33-yard punt, 10-yard penalty to the 10-yard line. The drive will start now for Texas State. They're up 10-0. Lincoln Perry in at running back now with the quarterback, Brad Jackson. Out of the gun, he works on first down. Rolls to his right. Has 4 receivers in the pattern. Dumps it to Perry. Out of the backfield, upended as he picks up 7 or 8. About the 18-yard line. Ephraim Dotson on the tackle. Texas State out of timeouts. DJ Kinney blew through those early. Minute 40 to play here in this half. Facing a second down at 3 now at the 17.
If this Rice defense can hold Texas State from getting points before half, this would be, to me, again, a positive first half. They have allowed 50-plus points in 3 of their last 6 games. They're on track.
Jackson, middle of the field, wide open. It overfires his intended target. That was Chris Dawn, who had broken free behind 2 defenders. And now it's going to be 3rd down and 3 here for Texas State with a minute 35 to play in this first half. The Bobcats get the football, by the way, to start the second half.
And my insides just cringe about a possible announcer jinx right there. That's right. A walk-in, stroll-in touchdown if they complete that pass.
3rd down and 3. Spread the field here. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Now bring a man in motion across the formation. That's Blake Smith, the tight end. Out of the gun works Jackson with Perry standing to his left. Snap comes back, handed off Perry up the middle, needing 3. Not going to get it. It's 4th down, and Rice is going to get another crack at it now with a minute 27 to go, and a timeout going to be taken by Scott Abel, I do believe. Stevenson makes the hit here to stop this drive. Peyton Stevenson, the Viper.
Rice.
So Rice will have 1 timeout remaining with a minute 24 to go, forcing a punt here by Texas State. Earlier in this ballgame, the Freedom Mobility Foundation, in partnership with Outrider USA, presented Air Force Sergeant Josh Meyer with a Coyote off-road vehicle. Marshall Sergeant Meyer developed sepsis in January of 24 to save his life. They had to amputate all 4 of his limbs. But the Coyote, fully compatible with his prosthetics, gives Josh the ability to be outdoors and off-road with his 2 children. So Josh, congratulations. And you know what? He loves to hunt and fish and hike. And he's going to be able to do that thanks to the Coyote from the Freedom Mobility Foundation here today.
Listen, it's all relative, but modern technology allowing him some freedom and autonomy and just enjoying the things that he loves to do is a really, really special thing that can happen.
1:28 to play of the half. 10-0 Texas State leading it. Nunez out to punt it away now for the Bobcats. Tyson Thompson stands at the 45. Rice should get great field position here with a minute 28 to play in the half. Second punt of the day. First one for 39. It's a low-line drive punt. They're going to watch roll down inside the 35 to the 33. Minute 17 to play here in this first half. 49-yard effort here for Nunez. Looking for the ultimate bowl experience? Well, discover everything you need at GoBowling.com. Find local bowling centers, sharpen your skills with pro tips, stay updated with the latest news, and grab exclusive deals. Whether you're a seasoned bowler or just playing for fun, start the fun now. Visit GoBowling.com. 10-0, Rice with the football. They're going to make a change at quarterback, and I like this. I'll be honest with you. You've got 1 timeout, down 10-0. You're going to have to throw the ball, Marshall. You bring in Patrick Creighton Jr.
Thus far, he has been the better passer, and this is an obvious pass situation. Can still move and run with the football, but I think a little more accurate so far.
Out of Louisville, Texas, played at Hebron High School. Low snap, takes it, fires it, back shoulder, incomplete. He was looking to the slot for Aaron Turner. Going to bring up 2nd down and 10. Ryan Nolan was in coverage. Threw for 2,554 yards, 37 touchdowns in high school. His dad, of course, was a terrific wide receiver in the NFL, over 3,600 yards. Spent 6 years here in Dallas with the Cowboys, 2 with the Chargers. DeAndre Hardiman in the backfield. They'll hand it off. Hardiman with running room. It's across the 40 to the 44. They actually toss that to Turner on the jet sweep. Turner's going to take it to the 44. Moves the chain. Stops the clock momentarily now with 1:06 to play in the half. An 11-yard gain. Hardiman stays in at running back. Out of the gun, Creighton. Play action to throw it. Deep ball, middle of the field's got a man breaking free behind the defense. It's caught at the 15, down to the 10, to the 3-yard line. Peyton Matthews hangs on. His 4th catch of the year for the true freshman from San Antonio. 54 yards. It's 1st and goal at the 3.
And we heard coach from the Air Force, Calhoun, talk about they want to run the ball, but they also want to be good on
He's a great story, by the way, folks. He was a college baseball player at Longwood College. In fact, he's going into their Hall of Fame this year as a catcher and third baseman. Was drafted by the Kansas City Royals, made it all the way to AAA. Then he became a high school football coach in the state of Virginia. He won a pair of state championships there. After being a high school coach for 15 years, he got the Washington and Lee job. That's a Division III program in Lexington, Virginia. He was there from 2012 to 2017. Took him to the D3 playoffs 3 times. Then Davidson hired him. Davidson's a Division I program with no scholarship, so play the same league as Dayton, who we heard from earlier. And Davidson went to 3 playoff appearances under Scott Abel in the FCS. He was 47-28, and Rice said, you know what, we got to do something different.
Yeah.
And they go hire Scott Abel, and he brings this offense to Houston.
Not to make a direct comparison, but a guy like Persignetti at Indiana, success is success. Even on a D3, D2 level, Rice is looking for that same level of success in their program.
Creighton in the backfield as a quarterback out of the shotgun. Hardiman to his right, bring a man in motion. Creighton to throw it. Looking, needs a block on the edge. 2 defenders collapse on him. He gets to the 1. 26 seconds to work. Hopefully they call 2 plays if you're the Rice Owls because the clock is running. You can't stop it. It's down to 20 seconds. Ball's at the left hash.
Creighton's got to throw that ball right away. He's got a guy in the flat with leverage.
Creighton takes the snap.
The whole point of that play is to get a guy in the flat.
Yep.
You lead him with the pass, and he runs to the pylon, and Creighton holds onto the ball for some reason, and to me forgoes a very clear touchdown opportunity to scramble and be called short.
On 2nd down, they spike the football, and now it's 3rd down. 3rd and goal at the 1. 13 seconds left in the half. Wide to the left goes Chris Dawn. Out of the shotgun, works straight. One back stands to his right, fake to give. Nobody hand it right-hand side. Running to the corner, into the end zone. Touchdown, Aaron Turner scores. Turner scores here from a yard out. And Rice within 4 with 7 seconds left in the half.
For the second time this drive, Aaron Turner takes a jet sweep, and it's elephants on parade for Rice. To the right side, lead blockers everywhere, and just speed to the front pylon. Rice is in this game with a touchdown right before half.
Goda out for the point after. Texas State will get the football. Remember to start the second. Chase Allen, the punter, will hold it. Good hold. Here's the kick. It is up and it is good. And Rice scores with 9 seconds left in the half. 10-7 right now. Texas State leading it. And Elvis, who says the Rice Owls can't throw the football? Patrick Creighton connects on a 54-yarder to set up the score.
It just felt like it was just what they needed. You know, Texas State kept inching up, and it just took one good throw and a good route to really change things up around here, especially as good as Rice defense is playing. But I'll tell you what, fellas, I don't know if y'all saw Aaron Turner after that big explosive play. He actually puked twice on the field. For him to continue to stay in there and run into the end zone for a big-time touchdown says a lot about that kid.
He scores from 2 yards out, caps a 6-play, 68-yard drive that takes 1:10 off the clock. Then the hell of a good extra point that time from Enoch Goda. Makes it a 10-7 game. Hell of a good extra point there. Hell of a good tips in stores near you. All right. Rice to kick it off now with 9 seconds left in the half. Goda to kick it. Jalen Jenkins and Lincoln Perry are back deep for Texas State.
Hey, I play with some guys who, we'll call it, purge themselves before the game or during the game, and a lot of them play better. So whatever it takes to get in the end zone there for Aaron Turner.
Go to the kick it. From left to right, Enoch. Boots this one. End over end kick, and it sails way out of the back of the end zone. Man, he nailed that one. Not a lot of wind here in Fort Worth today, but he sends that one 3 yards out of the back of the end zone. Hey, by the way, we pointed this out in a previous bowl game. We're going to point it out again here today. Enoch Goda is the third African-American place kicker that we've seen. Have you noticed that?
I have noticed that.
I love this.
You made a point a couple of games ago.
Yes.
It's a turning trend.
Yeah.
Something you love to see. But listen, the best players play, but it's just good to see guys getting opportunities, and that takes a lot of training. That takes the intentionality of picking that position, and Rice has one. That one almost goes on to campus.
Yeah, I know. Started his career at Prairie View. Lincoln Perry in the backfield, stands to the left of the quarterback here. Jackson, 8 seconds left in the half. They're going to just hand it off to Perry. Texas State out of timeouts. That'll be the final play of this first half. Our own Elvis Gallegos is going to make his way to G.J. Kenny, the head coach for Texas State and the Bobcats. They'll take a 3-point lead into the locker room. Coaches with Elvis right now.
Coach Kenny, talk about your defense first. 106 total yards, had a big turnover. I know that's not the way you want to end a half, but they played pretty good this first half.
Yeah, they did play really well. We can't give them an explosive play right before the half, but that's on us as offense as much as defense.
What is Rice defense doing right now to just create problems for you guys, Coach?
They're doing a good job up front. We just got to settle down and make some plays. We got guys, and we're doing some good things. Just got to execute better.
Thank you, Coach.
That's G.J. Kenny, the head coach at Texas State. His Bobcats lead it by 3 at the half. 10-7 here over the Rice Owls. Hoppy Kercheval and Brad Howell, along with Kyle Wiggs, are coming up next in the Bowl Season Radio studio. Right after this, from Hell of a Good Dips.
This season, the action isn't just on the field, it's in every game day spread. Hell of a Good Dips bring bold flavor to every tailgate, made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
The Military Star Card is the one card for your military lifestyle.
serving active duty veterans and DOW civilians. Use the Military Star Card to access your exchange shopping benefit throughout your installation. With a low APR, you save with exclusive discounts, offers, and rewards. Plus, 100% of exchange earnings support the military community. The Military Star Card. Add it to your mobile wallet today. Visit myecp.com to learn more.
For those who serve, home is what they fight for. Motivated by a sense of duty to defend our families and our freedom, boldly bearing a burden most aren't brave enough for. At Cross Country Mortgage, we don't believe thank you is enough. With our VA loan, coming back means coming home. Equal housing opportunity, NMLS 3029, certificate of eligibility required for VA loans.
Lockheed Martin's vision of 21st century security means preparing to make split-second decisions with certainty. Because whether your mission is over land, on the sea, through the air, in outer space, or cyberspace, our mission is to help you detect the threats, connect the tech, and protect what matters most in every domain of operation. Lockheed Martin, ensuring those we serve always stay ahead of ready.
It's halftime at the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. To recap the first half, here are Hoppy Kercheval and Kyle Wiggs.
The Rice Owls score a touchdown late, but the Bobcats of Texas State still got the lead 10-7. So, Kyle, what have we seen in that first half?
We've seen great defense, Hoppy. The Rice defense keeping it in the game, and Rice has been getting offense in spurts, but, boy, they got a big play at a perfect time late in the half. Set up that late touchdown, and they're in this game.
Yeah, let's talk about some of these plays, highlights from the first half. Texas State begins on their own 22, begins to drive. 4th and short from the Rice 43. Lincoln Perry gets enough for the first down. Then later on a second 4th down attempt from the 35, 6 yards to go. The Bobcats are going for it again. But the 12-play, 43-yard drive comes to an end on an incomplete pass. And again, as you said, Kyle, good defense there in the first half. Later in the quarter, Rice with the ball and finally gets something going offensively.
Here's a pitch. Here we go, baby. Running left across midfield, and he'll take it into Texas State territory down to the 47-yard line. A little misdirection pitch. That's on.
Misdirection to Aaron Turner, a 30-yard gain. Up until that point, Rice had negative total yards. But again, a little bit of spark at an appropriate time for Rice offensively.
And Kyle, Rice converts on a 4th down. The Owls are down to the 34. Rice now headed to the red zone for the first time today, but that chance slips away.
Creighton to throw for one here. Hit as he lets go of it, threw it right to a Bobcat. Return down the right-hand side, picked off of the 30, up to the 40, to midfield, bounced out of bounds. Inside Rice's 35-yard line is Jaden Rios. Rios comes up with the interception. 44-yard return. The senior out of Frisco, Texas, sets up the Bobcats now to start this second quarter.
Patrick Creighton inserted at quarterback for Rice and made the mistake there, Hoppy, but I'll give you a little foreshadowing. He made up for it later.
He did indeed, and we'll hear that play in just a moment. Okay, so the Bobcats are inside Owl territory. On 4th and 4 from the Rice 32, Brad Jackson, a 7-yard completion for a first down. The Bobcats drive continues down inside the 10, where quarterback Brad Jackson takes matters into his own hands.
Burrell in the backfield stands to the left of the quarterback Jackson. Jackson out of the shotgun. 5 down lineman come pressure rolling to his left. Jackson turns it up and scores. Touchdown Texas State from 6 yards out. Early lead for the Bobcats. They strike first 6-0 here, the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl.
Brad Jackson has been a catalyst for an offense all year that's averaged 36 points per game. For Texas State, that was his 17th rushing touchdown and his 35th overall for Texas State.
Later in the quarter, Rice's Chase Allen, a 66-yard punt, pins Texas State back at their own 10. On 3rd down, Rice with a big sack, but the Owls get an unsportsmanlike conduct flag, and Bobcats get a first down. And with a 14-yard run by Greg Burrell, the Bobcats are out of the hole. Another penalty, and the Bobcats are in Owls territory, and now it's time for some tricks.
Throw the screen right. Who can throw it downfield? It was a lateral. Catch is made by the tight end inside the 20 and down to the 18-yard line. Blake Smith able to haul it all, the junior out of Southlake. They actually threw it to Bo Sparks, who put that one in the air. The lateral, Sparks moving forward, connects with the tight end.
So Brad Jackson to Bo Sparks. That was behind the line of scrimmage. Clearly the double pass down the field to Smith, and it looked like Texas State was in great shape with the ball in the red zone.
You're right, but the Rice defense stiffens again, and the Bobcats will settle for a field goal attempt.
30 from the left hash for Robles. Kick is up, and it is good. A hell of a good field goal there from 30 yards out.
Field goal there makes it 10-0, but Hoppy, a win for the Rice defense, holding Texas State out of the end zone.
Exactly. Under 2 minutes left in the half. Rice with the ball, using the clock. Patrick Creighton back in at quarterback, and he looks deep.
Out of the gun, Creighton. Play action to throw it. Deep ball, middle of the field's got a man breaking free behind the defense. It's caught at the 15, down to the 10, to the 3-yard line. Peyton Matthews hangs on. His 4th catch of the year for the true freshman from San Antonio. 54 yards. It's 1st and goal at the 3.
Biggest play offensively for either team in that first half, Hoppy, and that more than doubled Rice's total offense for the half up until that point.
3rd and goal from the 1. 13 seconds left in the half, and the Owls reach the end zone.
Out of the shotgun works Creighton. One back stands to his right, fake to give. No, they hand it right-hand side, running to the corner, into the end zone. Touchdown, Aaron Turner scores.
So jet sweep motion, and they tap the ball to Aaron Turner. Now that goes down in the stats as a pass play, but it's basically a sweep for a touchdown, Aaron Turner. And again, Hoppy, Rice in this game down 10-7 with that late touchdown.
Halftime continues. This is the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio.
In 1917, Agnes and Herbert Greer recognized a need for high-quality cold-rolled strip steel. Their solution? They founded Greer Steel and built a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility to produce the highest quality strip steel available. The company was built one customer at a time. It was built with true relationships. Today, Greer Steel not only remains a leader in the industry, but is an extraordinary resource for clients that demand more efficient production, which increases their profit. With a long reputation as an innovator, the Dover, Ohio mill is home to the Laser Matte Finisher, the only unit of its kind in the United States, plus a gold standard metallurgical lab. I'm John Racy, president of Greer Steel, and Agnes and Herbert Greer were my grandparents. We make steel that will meet your requirements and exceed your expectations. To learn more, visit us at GreerSteel.com.
There's been a change in the world of healthcare and in how you'll find your next job. Technology has made it possible. If you're planning your next career move, temporary contract, staff position, a local assignment, or even per diem shifts, look to Staff DNA. You can see all jobs with pay and full details in one place with no need to register. Plus, customize the pay to suit you and your family's needs right in the app with no recruiter needed. Staff DNA, the #1 app for finding healthcare jobs. Download it now.
Right after turkey and through the new year, it's bowl season today. From big city lights to cold, snowy nights, it's bowl season today. Our gridiron dreams bring us here for our teams, where the fans tailgate and we all celebrate that it's bowl season today. Happy bowl season, everybody.
Bowl season radio coverage of the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl is presented by Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Halftime at the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio. Texas State leads Rice 10-7. Now, coming up later today, 3 more bowl games. And we start with the Liberty Bowl, Navy and Cincinnati.
Navy's had a really good season, Hoppy. 10 wins. They're ranked in the top 25, and they've got a big advantage over Cincinnati and over most teams. Navy doesn't have to worry about the portal. They don't have to worry about opt-outs. They've got their quarterback, Blake Horvath, ready to go today. He's rushed for nearly 1,200 yards, averaging over 100 yards on the ground. And Navy back at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium for the second time in just recent memory. They beat Memphis there on Thanksgiving. Cincinnati, meanwhile, their quarterback is in the portal. Brendan Sorsby, one of the hot commodities in the portal. So they will turn to Brady Lichtenberg and Samaj Jones to share the reps at quarterback. Whoever's in there, they'll try and get the ball to Cyrus Allen. He's got a chance to set a record for touchdown receptions at Cincinnati. He's got 12. He needs 13 for the school record.
Coming up tonight, the Duke's Mayo Bowl, Mississippi State and Wake Forest, Kyle.
Well, Kamario Taylor, a promising young quarterback for Mississippi State, and they've got nothing to lose. They're got a losing record. They're one of the teams that got in because a lot of teams opted out. So it'll be fun to watch Taylor in this game. Wake Forest, their top running back, Damon Claiborne, is out, so they go to a young player in Ty Clark, who's capable. This is a Wake Forest team with a good offensive line. They average 190 yards on the ground, and they'll try to do it with a veteran quarterback, Robbie Ashford, in his 6th year, and a young running back there in Ty Clark.
And when you think about tackling Kamario Taylor, keep in mind he's 6'4", 230 pounds. He's a handful. All right, then later on tonight, Holiday Bowl, Arizona and SMU.
Well, here's two teams that have their quarterbacks, and they are excellent quarterbacks. Noah Fafita of Arizona, the first Arizona quarterback to earn first-team all-conference honors in 50 years. And he's Arizona's career leader with 70 touchdown passes. So that Arizona offense should be intact. They've got their quarterback, and he's a good one. SMU, again, another very good offensive team. They were in the playoff a year ago, and their quarterback, Kevin Jennings, the 10th most passing yards in college football this year. However, he's prone to turnovers. He threw the most interceptions in the ACC. So the Arizona defense, that 9-3 team, very, very good, ranked in the top 20. We'll see if they can turn over Jennings and pull off this win tonight.
And Kyle, Arizona comes in on a heater. They've won their last 5 games, and SMU, as good as they've been, they've lost their last 5 bowl appearances.
Yeah, that's right. The last time they won, they lost, of course, Penn State in the playoffs last year. Last time they won a bowl game, 2012, beat Fresno State in the Hawaii Bowl.
More from our halftime show after this from Scooter's Coffee, official coffee of bowl season.
Today's cup of Scooter's coffee was hard-earned in the trenches of school zone triumph. That pickup line is always a crawling mess of SUVs and minivans. But you timed it perfectly, getting there precisely between long-waiting early arrivers and last-minute moms. Even got a nice job from the oldest. Sure, he called your bruh, but you'll take it. So enjoy that Scooter's coffee, you pickup line prodigy. You earned it. Scooter's Coffee. You earned it.
Welcome to Fort Worth, Texas for the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. During your stay, you can expect the unexpected. Try on a pair of boots. See Longhorns in the street. Experience the Cowgirl Museum. Mouth-watering barbecue. And see the best zoo in the country. Learn more and plan your adventure at FortWorth.com today.
For 130 years, the Exchange has been committed to improving the quality of life for service members and their families. Now, honorably discharged veterans can shop for life at ShopMyExchange.com. No fees, no gimmicks, just tax-free savings and a way to stay connected to those who serve. And 100% of the Exchange's earnings support the military community. Visit ShopMyExchange.com/vets to shop and save today.
This season, the action isn't just on the field. It's in every game day spread. Hell of a Good dips bring bold flavor to every watch party. Made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
Halftime, the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Texas State with a 10-7 lead over the Rice Owls. Kyle, the new 15-day-long college football transfer portal opened today. There are several thousand Division I football players in the portal.
Boy, it's amazing, isn't it? A chunk of basically every team in the country, with some exceptions. We talked about Navy, teams like that, but a large chunk of every team in college football, players leaving. And then the coaches get in the portal and try to fill those holes by getting teams to getting players to come to their team. Most team seasons are over, but you've got these 8 teams playing today in the bowl game. You've got 4 teams left in the college football playoff. And this is what people talk about when they talk about the calendar being off. The portal open on January 2nd when several teams are still in the middle of their bowl schedule or in playoffs.
But keep in mind, those teams have a little bit extended portal coming up later this month. They have a little additional window for them. The teams that have lost the most players in the portal: Florida State 26, Auburn 27, West Virginia 29, Oklahoma State 45, Iowa State 47. That's incredible. So what's the movement so far? ESPN's reporting Cincinnati quarterback Brendan Sorsby is visiting Texas Tech and LSU. Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt, one of the top draws in this portal period. He has a lot of options, so he's entered the portal. North Texas quarterback Drew Mestemaker, he's expected to follow his coach Eric Morris to Oklahoma State. How about Rocco Becht out of Iowa State? Is he going to go to Penn State and follow Matt Campbell? Is he going to go get a better offer?
Yeah, his coach went to from Iowa State. They've got such a great relationship, Matt Campbell and Rocco Becht, but it would seem that would be natural for the quarterback to follow the coach to Penn State. We'll see how all that transpires.
You know, Kyle, all these players, but I can't, again, we're still in a pretty new period for this portal and this era, but all these quarterbacks that are out there, it's just incredible. It's just like open season for quarterbacks.
Well, the price keeps going up.
Yes.
For the premier guys at the Power 4 level, it just keeps going up and up. And you know that there's bidding wars for some of these guys.
You think? Yeah, I think there is. Okay. Our third quarter is coming up, so stay with us for that. It's just ahead. We'll return to Amon G. Carter Stadium in Fort Worth to rejoin Marshall Newhouse, Elvis Gallegos, and Brian Estridge in 2 minutes. This is Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio, and you're listening to the 2025 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl.
A 43-yard field goal with a ticket to the championship on the line. Here's the
At this moment, who you voted for doesn't matter. What kind of car you drive, how much money you make, what kind of music you listen to, or how many followers you have doesn't matter. At this moment, the only thing that does is football. Visit footballmatters.com.
As a referee, I pay attention for a living. While I'm busy watching the game, I need your help keeping an eye on the stands.
If you see something that doesn't look quite right, tell a law enforcement official.
We all play an important role in protecting our communities, and you can help.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
If you see something, say something is used with permission by the New York Metropolitan Transportation Authority.
If your child experiences a burn, Shriners Children's is here with world-renowned burn care. The same doctors who innovate procedures for the most serious burn cases are ready with the most advanced treatments for pediatric burn injuries, no matter the degree. Best of all, our care is provided regardless of a family's ability to pay or insurance status. Visit us at shrinerschildrens.org to see why we're the place to turn for any burn. Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere.
For your family that you promised to give the home of their dreams, let Union Home Mortgage be with you every step of the way and help you deliver on those promises. For military families, VA loans come with no down payments, competitive rates, and no private mortgage insurance. Union Home Mortgage appreciates all that you do for your country, and we want to be there for you and your family. Go to UHM.com to get started today. Union Home Mortgage. Promises kept. Union Home Mortgage Corp is an equal housing opportunity lender. NMLS number 2229. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
This is the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. It's time for the second half kickoff. Once again, along with Marshall Newhouse and Elvis Gallegos, here's Brian Estridge.
Rice got a big touchdown just before the half came to an end to make it a 10-7 Texas State lead right now. And Scott Abel, the head coach of the Owls, is alongside our own Elvis Gallegos right now. Elvis?
Coach, I know it's a slow start for your offense, but what a way to close the first half with explosive play. Talk about that.
Yeah, well, a lot of grit there offensively, right? We're playing a lot of young guys. Some guys playing, they played more snaps today than they played their whole career. I'm proud of how they get it, showed some grit, gutted that out. Now, it took us a while to catch up to the speed. We got to now stay up to that tempo, right? And defensively, and probably both offenses felt the same way. The defense was playing faster. So we got to maintain that effort from defense, that intensity. Offensively, now that we've kind of caught up to the speed of the game, we got to maintain that.
Will you continue to rotate your quarterbacks?
We'll see. We'll see the second half. Brings. We've planned all week and really for the last 2 weeks to play them both, and we'll let the game dictate that.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you.
Scott Abel, head coach in his first year at Rice, restoring that once storied program The last time that Rice played on January 2nd, Marshall, you weren't there. I'll be honest with you. The last time they played on January 2nd, they lost to Ole Miss 14-6 in the Sugar Bowl. January 2nd, 65 years ago.
Rice and Sugar, huh?
Yes.
All right.
7-7 all-time in bowl games. This is their 15th overall. They won the 2012 Armed Forces Bowl here 33-14. They did that with 7 future NFL players and a member of the U.S. 4-man bobsled team of the 2018 Olympics on the roster.
That's a trivia right there.
How about that? Yeah, Stan McGuffey was his name. He was a good player. Out to kick it off now comes Enoch Goda. Back to Jalen Jenkins and Lincoln Perry for Texas State. 10-7. Bobcats with the lead. Those halftime numbers that you heard Kyle and Hoppy talking about. If you're a Rice Owl defensively, you got to please with holding Texas State to just 144 yards and 0 for 6 on third down. Goda's kick angles left, trying to stay in bounds as Perry does barely 10-15 and up the sideline. He'll go to the 19-yard line. Should have let that one go out of bounds. I don't know why he didn't. That's where Texas State will have it at the 19. Our halftime statistics, by the way, brought to you by Genius Sports, a global leader in sports technology. As Brad Jackson, the quarterback, trots back out there. He's 8 of 14 for 40 yards. 8 carries for 25. And the lone touchdown for Texas. He's got one back, Greg Burrell, the UNLV transfer, standing to his left. Jackson started 5 of 5, but he's made just 3 of his last 9 completions. Up the middle goes Burrell. Burrell's going to take it here to the 25, maybe the 26-yard line. It'll bring up second down now. 2nd and 4. Andrew Awe on the tackle. Guess who? And Ty Morris. Those 2 terrific linebackers that we've talked about. Wide right goes Chris Daw to throw it. Slant left. Catch made here by Bo Sparks. And Sparks will get the first down to the 31-yard line. That's a pickup of 6. And let's see if G.J. Kinney and this offense start to operate with a little tempo now, Marshall. A little quicker for the Bobcats here. First down at 10 for the 31. Again, looks left. Sparks makes a tackle, makes a catch, and then sheds the tackle down the left-hand side. 50, down to the 40, to the 30, to the 20. Here goes Bo Sparks for the score. 69-yard reception from Sparks. And Sparks finds the end zone. Let's see if it's enough to light the fuse here. For Texas State, they go up 16-7 on Rice.
Well, Brian, do you mind accompanying me to buy a lottery ticket? Because you called it. Texas State fires up the tempo on their offense. Just a couple quick passes, nothing special. But then the catch and yards after catch ability of Bo Sparks breaks multiple tackles and tiptoes down the sideline. Perfect start for the Bobcats out of the half.
Tyler Robles now out for the point after. The kick is up, and it is good. That's a hell of a good extra point from Robles. Find hell of a good dips in stores near you. When we talked to the defensive coordinator for Rice, John Kay, earlier in the week, Elvis Gallegos, and I said, if there's one thing you have to do well in this game, what is it? He said, we have to tackle. They missed one there.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, if you remember at the beginning of the game, we talked about how they would handle the tempo. Would they be able to tackle? It's been a long layoff for them, and there you saw a couple missed tackles and a big explosive play by Texas State from one of their key guys. So, yeah, that's got to be something that they got to get back to the sideline, talk it through. It's got to be an emphasis the rest of the game.
14:07 to play here in this third quarter. 17-7, Texas State now with the lead. Opening drive of this second half. 3 plays, 81 yards on that one. Takes just 53 seconds to 69-yard touchdown pass. Brad Jackson to Bo Sparks. Now we'll see Rice offensively for the first time. Michael James out to kick it off. Aaron Turner. Tyson Thompson back to return this one to start this second half off offensively for Rice. James, a junior from Rockwall, Texas, transferred from Tarleton State. This one Sails out of the back of the end zone, and we'll see Rice offensively. And you heard Scott Abel kind of hinted that we may see primarily one quarterback in the second half. I'll be honest with you, Marshall, if it's me, I think I'm going with Patrick Creighton at quarterback.
He gives you the best opportunity to run and pass. Obviously, the deep pass for an explosive gain. But now you're down 17-7, and you really stemmed the tide up to this point. But you cannot be the team that tries to crawl back in this game a bite at a time. You're going to have some explosive plays, at least the opportunity for them.
And it is Creighton, the freshman out of Louisville, Texas, in at quarterback. One back in. It's Quentin Jackson on first down. They pitch it back, coming to the left-hand side with a lead block, turning the corner to the line of scrimmage, and that's all is Aaron Turner. Boy, that looked like it might have some possibilities with this Texas State defense that we've talked about, closes it down quickly.
Well, after the couple of jet sweeps there, one for a touchdown in the first half, they do a little misdirection end around, which I think is a good thought, but Texas State really disciplined, stays home, and flushes that to the sideline.
Good crowd here at the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Texas State fans really turned out. 216 miles from San Marcos to Fort Worth. Handed off up the middle. Quentin Jackson, line of scrimmage, nothing more. 3rd and 10 upcoming. Khalil Alexander, defensive end, with Charlotte, North Carolina on that stop. He's one of the rare non-Texans on the roster. There are 77 Texans on the Texas State roster. 69 for Rice. 2 of 8 on 3rd down. Owls with the football. Patrick Creighton. 4 wides, 2 to either side. Ball at the near hash. They work right to left. Empty set. Snap back. Creighton to throw it. Pressure for the edge. Steps up. Fires it down the right-hand side. Incomplete. He was looking the way of Aaron Turner, who could not get behind the defender, Jaden Rios, at big corner at 6'3", out of Frisco, Texas. Great coverage, forces a punt now for Rice.
Rice looking for more success down the field, throwing to Patrick Creighton, but that time, really good coverage by Texas State, and just not an accurate pass. He gets hit while he's throwing. He's under duress. But again, this is not Rice's bread and butter, but unfortunately they're down and feel like they have to catch up.
Chase Allen to punt it away. 5th one, averaging 47.8, and another good one for Chase Allen. Fair catch made at the 25-yard line. That's a 50-yarder. Bo Sparks underneath this one. Chase Allen in his final college game hangs that one in the air for 4.5. Flipping the field for the Rice Owls. Time out of the field. 12:40 to play here in this 3rd quarter. 17-7. Texas State leads it on Rice. The Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl continues after this from First Cash.
You wake up confident and proud, ready to serve your purpose. Not because First Cash has over 20,000 employees across more than 3,000 stores in 6 countries. It's because you know that First Cash has the products and the services you need, provided by our team members you can trust, right within your neighborhood. First Cash, proud sponsor of the Armed Forces Bowl.
Welcome to Fort Worth, Texas for the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. During your stay, you can expect the unexpected. Experience cowboy traditions and weekend rodeos. Stroll through the amazing architecture of our museums. Tap your toes in our music halls. Taste unique Fort Worth eats. Or watch a Texas sunset. Plan your adventure and learn about the Orange Line to the Stockyards at FortWorth.com.
At the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl, we salute the men and women of our military who rise to every challenge. As an official sponsor, FirstNet supports those who protect our nation every day. Your courage, bravery, and sacrifice inspires us all. When every second counts, you are there. FirstNet, honoring those who serve, supporting those who protect.
Lockheed Martin's vision of 21st century security means preparing to make split-second decisions with certainty. Because whether your mission is over land, on the sea, through the air, in outer space or cyberspace. Our mission is to help you detect the threats, connect the tech, and protect what matters most in every domain of operation. Lockheed Martin, ensuring those we serve always stay ahead of ready.
12:40 to play here in this third quarter. Texas State leads it 17-7 over the Rice Owls. Stations, let's pause. 10 seconds for station identification. This is the 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl, the Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio from First Tee. Ty Morris, the outstanding linebacker for Rice, talked with us earlier in the week about getting one more opportunity here today.
Awesome to get to play one more chance to end right on a good note with the seniors. We left South Florida with a bad taste in our mouth. We're looking to get that victory locker room back.
And Elvis Gallegos Morris has been a terrific leader for this defense. It's back out there now for the Owls.
Yeah, he was just a vocal leader here in that when they came off the field, he immediately grabbed the whole defense and really focused on two things. He said, we weren't ready, and we didn't want it that play. We got to step up. It was a really good point for him as a leader to step up in that moment.
First down at 10 now at the 25-yard line. Handed off Burrell up the middle. Actually, that may be Jalen Jenkins in at running back, and it is now for Texas State. Jenkins, junior, out of Dallas, played at Washington State. Line of scrimmage, and that is all second down, and 10 here for Brad Jackson and company. The quarterback for the Bobcats started all 12 games this year. Coming back next year already, says. Got to stay in San Marcos. Dawn, receiver wide right, comes in motion. Jackson steps up in the pocket, looking downfield. Going to tuck it and run. Takes on a defender and will get the first down. How about that? Head first, he goes to the 35, through Awe and Harper for 10 yards.
Senses the pressure and does not hesitate. Takes off. So good with his legs. Converts the first down.
Handoff right up the middle this time. They're going to give it to Jenkins. Short game. 3, 2nd and 7 upcoming. Three receivers again now to the right-hand side. Jackson checking the play at the sideline here. Landon Capel's the offensive coordinator, but G.J. Kenny, the head coach, highly involved in the offense. This time, Jackson on the keeper. Not much doing there. May have lost a yard. Away again on the tackle. Kenny, we mentioned, was the head coach at Incarnate Word for a year, went 12-2. Then comes over to Texas State, where he's gone 22-16. 3 straight bowl games, or first 3 wins in bowl history. Jackson, left-hand side, flushed, and down he'll go. How about this job by the defensive front for Rice? Anawahu on the tackle there. Gets them down, and 4th down. Texas State's going to be forced to punt it.
Well, the words from Ty Morris really got through to this defense.
Yes.
A defense that allows 45.3% of third down conversions on the season. That's 124th in the country. But they're playing really, really solid defense today, especially on that third down, keeping Brad Jackson contained and not letting him scramble with his legs.
Nunez stands back at the 27-yard, or to punt it away, I should say. Thompson stands back at the 27-yard line. End over end punt from Nunez. Thompson underneath it with a fair catch at the 19, and Rice will have the football. It wasn't just Ty Morris, you said, in that huddle. Elvis Gallegos, Jeremy Modkins, the defensive back coach for Rice, was a little animated as well, huh?
Yeah, that's right, Brian. I mean, typically coaches come to the sideline with their players and pick up the tablet, start going over stuff, and he immediately said, there's nothing to look at here. I can tell you where it was. It was lack of effort, lack of focus, and not being ready for that play. So he really just slung the tablet away. Now, he was a little bit more animated, amped up than I was, but it was a really good message, and apparently they caught that.
23rd edition of the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl here tonight. First time 2 Texas schools are meeting in it. 2 schools here that are, well, not very far apart. As a matter of fact, 165 miles between Texas State and Rice. You're listening to the Coca-Cola Bowl season radio coverage of the 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Back after this.
nothing like that moment when your team clinches a win. The Friday night lights, all those Saturday tailgate traditions, hours in front of the TV on Sunday. Football means tradition. Whether you played or cheered along, the feeling of game day never ends. Join the community and celebrate the game. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Football Matters.
Right after turkey and through the new year, it's bowl season today. From big city lights to cold, snowy nights, it's bowl season today. Our gridiron dreams bring us here for our teams, where the fans tailgate and we all celebrate that it's bowl season today. Happy bowl season, everybody.
You're in Coca-Cola Bowl season. Now back to the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl,
where Texas State leads at 17-7 on Rice right now near the timeout. ServPro honored a responder, a first responder. Their Honor Responder Award was presented today to Sergeant Ryan Nichols and Officer Edwin Bounds of the Fort Worth Police Department. Earlier this year, they responded to a critical emergency where a young child was trapped beneath a vehicle. Acting quickly, the two of them lifted the car, rescued the child, administered life-saving CPR. Thanks to their courage and decisive action, that child survived. They won the award today. Here's a toss on first down, looking right-hand side on the slant, and it is intercepted, they're ruling. I thought that one may have hit the ground, but Kamari Terrell's going to come up with a pick here for Texas State, and the second interception of the day thrown by Patrick Creighton.
This entire Rice offense is befuddled. They can't figure out what happened. Obviously a miscommunication between Creighton and his receivers. He throws to a spot and there's no one there but a Texas State defender. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be a slant or if he's wrong or the receiver's wrong, but either way, Texas State with a costly turnover on Rice.
I tell you what makes me think.
Plays under review.
Yeah, they're going to see if this hit the ground. And I tell you what makes me think that it might have been a mistake that time by Aaron Turner, Elvis, was the long conversation that Scott Abel had with Turner as he walked off the field.
It felt like Patrick was pretty certain it was a quick 1, 2, 3, get rid of it, and he was expecting a slant, so I'm going to assume that's on his receivers. They're not being on the same page, or it could have been the outside guy. Not sure if it was the inside or maybe the outside guy.
Yeah, I think it's the outside guy, Marshall, because Turner did come on the slant. Creighton threw it about 5 yards behind him, but I think that was Ryan Guillo on the outside. The receiver may have run the wrong route. This ball looks to me like it hits the ground, and I'm not so sure this is going to be an interception, Marshall.
All that being said, they might get bailed out here for that
After
mistake.
review, the ruling of the field is an incomplete pass. It'll be second down at the 20-yard line.
In real time, that's what I saw, but we're a ways away, to say the least. 20-yard line, it'll be second and 10 now. 10:04 to play. In this third quarter, Texas State leading at 17-7. So Rice offense back out there. Two receivers to the right. DeAndre Hardiman in at running back with Creighton. Patrick working out of the shotgun. And really, this is the future of that backfield for Rice. Both are freshmen. Snap back, Creighton, option pitch, right-hand side on the run. Drop the football, loose on the ground, back to the 18-yard line. Rice falls on it. Samaj Pierre was in open space and just simply dropped it. Fortunately for him, one of his teammates able to follow the football and come up with it. And Rice retains possession. Yeah, Pierre just simply, he was shuffling from one hand to the other. Able to get the football back is Pierre.
Just some jittery football here from Rice. Just miscommunications and bad ball handling. They have survived two turnover-worthy plays, but here 3rd and 12, their backs are against the wall.
Tough play for the Owls. Two receivers to the left. Texas State, 4-down lineman, snap back. Creighton to throw it, steps up, pressure comes in as he lets go of it. Was his arm going forward? It's loose on the ground. Rice will fall on it at the 11-yard line, I think. No, they're going to say Texas State football. Bobcats take it away. All three of those plays could have resulted in turnover. This one looks like it will.
recovered by Texas State. First down.
Tamir Jackson falls on the fumble. Creighton's arm. I don't think he was going forward. I think this is going to be a fumble, and the Bobcats with great field position here with 9:11 to go.
Man, you've got to just flush that drive as capital D disastrous. 3 straight turnover-worthy plays. The last one, Texas State capitalized. You cannot live that way, especially trying to come back in the game when you're down, but just flip it, as we say, with the ball.
The previous play is a fumble recovered by Texas State. Plays under review.
Now they'll just double-check the arm motion here. And Elvis, this is interesting because Scott Abel, the head coach at Rice, talked about the fact that, okay, now that we're caught up to speed with the tempo and kind of the flow of the game, now we got to focus on being better at executing, yet that has just been the opposite here to start the second half.
Correct. And then you look, Patrick Creighton, again, this is a freshman kid. I mean, the speed is starting to pick up for Texas State. Got to tell you, Coach Kenny probably went in that locker room and got after his team because he didn't seem too happy walking off the field when I interviewed him. So they came out with a sense of urgency, try to crank up the heat. You're already seeing multiple looks and pressures, and that sped the game up for Patrick Creighton. But boy, this is going to be a tough one to overturn. I saw a fumble for us.
Yeah, Marshall, what do you see here?
Yeah, he just pats the ball, multiple hitches, and his protection breaks down. And as you alluded to, the freshman got to have a sense of urgency and a little hair on the back of his neck. Texas State, I'll give them the credit. They've been attacking this Rice offense, opportunistic there, and they're going to set themselves up with an opportunity in the red zone to extend this lead.
Khalil Alexander was applying the pressure on the quarterback. And I don't think I've seen enough here on replay to overrule this being a fumble.
Neither have I.
This Mid-American Conference crew, let's get the official word.
The ruling field of a fumble is upheld.
Yep.
The Texas State's football. First down.
Bobcats out there now, first down. Spotted at the 12-yard line, 1st and 10 there. Texas State. They won 3 straight to become bowl eligible. And 1 at Southern Miss and a pair at home, Louisiana Monroe and South Alabama. Trying to make it 4 in a row here. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right-hand side. Lincoln Perry in the backfield. Jackson takes the snap, screen set up right-hand side. Catch is made by Dawn, and Dawn hit immediately. Second down upcoming. You know, Texas State looking to win 7 games this year. That would be 3 straight years for the Bobcats with 7 or more victories. They have not done that since 1982. They won back-to-back Division III championships in 81 and 82 under Jim Wacker. Slant, catch, touchdown. Out of the shotgun, Jackson's able to find Chris Dawn. This time had man coverage, no help over the top, Elvis, and that's an easy pitch and catch that time.
Yeah, Payne Stevenson is in coverage. He's a bigger, more physical guy, but he just misses, can't get his hands on him. And as you see, Dawn is a quick, fast guy, beats him inside, easy throw. That's an easy 6.
Give me a run formation there, then throw out of it. Marshall Tyler Robles for the point after. That did look easy.
Doesn't help when your defensive back's feet are halfway in the end zone. Such soft coverage there. Doesn't even give him a chance.
23-7 now. Texas State with the lead. Add 1 more to it here on this hell of a good extra point from Robles. And 24-7 now. Bobcats at a hell of a good extra point. Brought to you by Hell of a Good Dips. Find them in stores near you. 24-7. Texas State leading it here on Rice. Today's game brought to you by MV Sport, the official provider of the Bowl Bound shirt program. The bowl season. Back we come back to this timeout and a word from Hell of a Good Dip.
This season, the action isn't just on the field, it's in every game day spread. Hell of a Good Dips bring bold flavor to every tailgate, made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
For those who serve, home is what they fight for. Motivated by a sense of duty to defend our families and our freedom, boldly bearing a burden most aren't brave enough for. At Cross Country Mortgage, we don't believe thank you is enough. With our VA loan, coming back means coming home. Equal housing opportunity, NMLS 3029, certificate of eligibility required for VA loans.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No, I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
It takes a different breed to be the first to respond. The first on the scene. The first to tackle disaster head on. At ServPro, we witness the bravery of first responders almost every day. So to all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, this game's for you. ServPro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
24-7, Texas State leading it here on Rice. Two-play, 11-yard drive. After the turnover, took 35 seconds, 12-yard throw. For the score that time to Chris Dawn. Texas State with a 24-7 lead. Earlier here today, America's future soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and guardians took the oath of enlistment here. Joined the ranks of those who defend our country and our freedoms across the world. They accepted the challenge and the call to duty, enlisting to serve. Administering the oath of enlistment today was United States Air Force Brigadier General Kevin Morrell, commander of the 10th Air Force, stationed at Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base in Fort Worth. Always a moving moment to see those young men and women take that oath. Now Texas State is set to kick it off here. They'll do it from left to right. Welcome you back here to the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. 24-7, Texas State with the lead. Brian Estergelon and Marshall Newhouse. Elvis Gallegos along the sidelines. Our producer engineer today is Kyle Cross. Our statistician is Brian Sperry. Wayne Gossard is our spotter. Eli Franks is our associate producer. This one rolls out of the back of the end zone. And Rice will have the football again. 8:36 to play in the third. It's been a beautiful day in Fort Worth. Great crowd here for this 23rd edition of the Armed Forces Bowl. All right, now the Rice offense is really in a pickle, fellas. This is not a position that they like to be in. Trailing right now, 24-7. Two receivers go to the right. I thought you guys might have some answers for it. Not much they can do, right? Byers in the backfield. Stands to the right of the quarterback here. Bobbled exchange, loose on the ground. Texas State's going to scoop it up here, and they'll have the football again. It has, as my man Marshall said earlier, been a disastrous second half for the Rice offense. Amarian Atwood comes up with the fumble recovery. And the Bobcats back in the red zone again. See where they spot this football. It should be at about the 18, and it is. First and 10 at the 18 for the Bobcats.
A point I did want to make before was maybe Rice gets more into their run game. They are still a run-heavy team, but just to get them in rhythm and not feel the pressure of drop-back passing. Well, that was a handoff. That was as pretty of a plain handoff as you can expect out of this gun choice offense. And they still fumbled the exchange. Just bad ball security. Don't even have a chance to start the offensive drive.
Last drive started at the Rice 11. This one at the Rice 18. First and 10 now. Jackson out of the gun. Burrell in the backfield. Stands to his left. Jackson, slow mesh, pulls it down, rolling left, looking downfield. Going to tuck it, run to the 10. Pick up of 8. Joe Chavez finally pushes him out of bounds. There's a holding marker.
Offense, number 68. 10-yard penalty for the previous spot. Remains first down.
That's Big Sully Burns, 6'7", 320, the transfer from Tulane. From Plano, Texas.
I didn't know they still made Sully's.
Yes. Back him up here. When you're 6'7", 320, you can be anybody, right? So now Texas State back to the 28-yard line where it'll be 1st and 20 for this Bobcat offense.
1st and 20 on the 28-yard line.
Out of the shotgun, Jackson. Snap comes back. Inside give. Burrell bounces it out left. Stays on his feet inside the 25 to the 24. Getting 4 on that first down carry. Adionmu on the tackle. Defensive end for Rice. Clock runs under 8 minutes to play in the third. Wide right goes Chris Dawn. 2 receivers to the left-hand side. Now Jackson looking for Dawn. Man coverage. Corner of the end zone. Toss. Catch. Foot down. Touchdown. Texas State. 7:40 left in the third. Jackson put it on the money. Chris Dawn beat the defenders. And right now the Bobcats are having their way with the Rice Owls.
That's just a really pretty double move on the outside. A little sluggo route by Dawn. And Jackson, to his credit, puts it perfectly in the back corner of the end zone. Dawn taps the toe. And Texas State puts another one on the board.
Tyler Robles.
After review, a quick review, it was an incomplete pass.
Ooh.
Wow.
3rd down.
You know what?
Right foot, huh?
We just got to look at it, Elvis Gallegos, and that right foot was on the line.
Yeah, I thought they would review that. You know, I was just about to jump in and say keep an eye on Dotson. He's a freshman cornerback. One of the better cornerbacks for Rice's defense right now is out. Number 7, who's got taped up, and I know he's a good one, Porter.
Yep.
He's a veteran, but he was getting taped up in his foot, and I'm watching him on the sideline. It doesn't look good, so they got the freshman out there who gave up that slant and go, but yeah, I guess he ran out of real estate there.
Yeah, Texas State went right at him. There was some frustration from the D lineman for for Rice as they came off the field there. I think they're feeling like they've done their job. They need a little help on the back here.
Well, I was going to say they've done a pretty good job and pursued well, put pressure on Brad Jackson, but just the back end not holding up. Texas State has not run for a lot of yards, so the front 7 has at least given them a chance.
3rd down now, 3rd and 16 for the 24. Burrell in the backfield. Flush right is Jackson rolling. They are in pursuit of the Owls. He turns the corner, though. 20, 15, and out of bounds at the 11. I'm not so sure he got to the marker. He needed 16. I think he's going to get 15 here.
Pressure again from this defensive front. Flushes Brad Jackson out to the right. But just lack of pursuit and recognition by the defensive backfield until it's too late. He gets 15 yards, and it looks like they're going to be aggressive here and go for it on 4th down.
You're up 30-7. Rice's offense is not threatening. You're at 4th and 4 officially. I think the last touchdown is still on the scoreboard, by the way. Let's see if they step up and explain this. I think it's 24-7, not 30-7.
Texas State. It's the first of the half. Let's get 30-second timeout.
Bobcats take the timeout here. Talk this play over. Let's see if the official statisticians get that score right on the scoreboard. G.J. Kenny loved coming back to Fort Worth here, where his 2 grandparents are from and coaching in this bowl game.
The journey you go through in football and to come back here, I said it. I did an earlier interview. My grandparents are from Fort Worth, and you know that's special for me to come back. My grandma passed away a year ago, and so she missed last year's bowl game. But my grandpa will be able to come back for the 3rd straight bowl game. You know, 2 in Dallas and the last one here in Fort Worth. And I know his time is limited, so anytime I get to coach in front of them is something that I don't take for granted.
How about that? Gets to come home here. G.J. Kenny has his team up 24-7. They've corrected the scoreboard now. Offense stays out there for the Bobcats. Now a late decision. They'll send the field goal unit out. 4th and 4. So Robles sprints out. 29-yard effort here from the right hash after talking it through during the timeout. Nunez to hold it. Snapping it back is Austin Turner. Good hold. Here's the kick. It is good. I think that's the right decision, Marshall. I mean, this puts you up 20 now with 6:53 left in the third quarter, and you haven't seen much of anything out of the Rice offense.
Yeah, I think it's more about the threat of the Rice offense on the opposite field to score points. And I agree with you. But listen, you would look at Rice's defense and say, hey, we've held this Texas State offense to 0 for 8 on third down. We've had the worst third down defense in conference and one of the worst in the country. We should be in position striking distance, right? But explosive gains given up by your defense on early downs, and then really poor ball security by your offense, giving the ball to Texas State in their own territory. And just like that, you're down 20 when I think their defense has played, all in all, okay, and kept them in this game.
And do you go to Shearhorn here, fellas? Like, is it time? I mean, is Creighton maybe a little too rattled? Game got a little too fast?
Well, the problem, does Shearhorn give you any threat in the throw game?
No, but if you look at it, it's cost you on just the turnovers.
Yep.
Playing good defense. Rice has played really good defense. Field position, special teams, find your moments to attack. That's what the recipe was in the first half.
Michael James to kick it off now for Texas State. Aaron Turner's back deep for Rice. 4-play, 7-yard drive, 1:35 off the clock, 29-yard field goal. Hell of a good field goal from 29 yards out. Just by Hell of a good Gibbs. Vitamin scores near you. This kickoff sells through the back of the end zone. 27-7, Texas State leading it here on Rice. Texas State leads this series, by the way. This is the 6th meeting. 2 times they've met in bowl games. Texas State won the last one of the First Responder Bowl back in 2023, 45-21. Texas State leads the series 3-2. Prior to that, the last meeting was in 1987. Rice won 30-28. A guy by the name of Will McClay had 3 interceptions in that game. That was a Rice record. He's now the VP for player personnel for the Dallas Cowboys. Quentin Jackson takes a direct snap. Jackson's going to take it forward to the 27-yard line.
I know that name.
Yes.
And what was Texas State called back then? It's been so long.
Yeah, Southwest Texas. Yeah. Their first meeting, by the way, was 1920, and both schools had a different name at that point. 2nd down and 8. Quentin Jackson again, direct snap. This time he's going to hand it off on the sweep left-hand side here to Aaron Turner. It's a couple to the 30.
They actually have Jackson at quarterback right now, fellas.
And why not? Jackson taking that direct snap. He's going to be staying out there. Jackson played at North Crowley High School, just outside of Fort Worth. He was a quarterback there. He ran for 1,100 yards, threw for 1,600. Takes the snap here, fakes the toss, running right with it, trying to find something. Gets it up to about the 33-yard line. 4th and a couple coming up. Aiden Jones on the tackle. What do you do here? Looks like they're going to leave the offense out there down 27-7. Quentin Jackson in control.
Well, to answer both of your questions, they've kind of done away for temporarily with Patrick Creighton and Lucas Shearhorn in favor of Quentin Jackson.
They need 2. Sweep again, left side, Turner. Turner turns the corner for the first down to the 42-yard line. Well, Jackson's used to the football in his hands. 164 carries, 4 receptions on the year. But we mentioned was a terrific quarterback at North Crowley High School and a high-powered offense.
Elvis, you know this. North Crowley's come on these last few years and being a powerhouse in
Big
Texas
time.
high school football.
Yeah, big-time program. Won a couple state championships.
Oh, by the way, too, you talk about ball skills, handling he was the defensive player of the year in that district in baseball as well as a third baseman. 2 receivers right. Up the middle they'll go with it this time to Banks, or Byers, I should say. Tyrone Byers. Byers moves it forward into Texas State territory. Spotted down to the 48.
You know what's funny? This offense right now, led by Quentin Jackson, we call it a wildcat because he's not a primary passer. Looks more like what I think Rice wants to run.
Hand it off again, up the middle of the fullback. Yeah, Troy Calhoun, the Air Force head coach, who's in attendance, who visited with us in the first quarter. He's watching this series, shaking his head, going, yep, that's how you do it, right there. That's what it's supposed to look like.
I mean, to play quarterback in a triple option style offense, you got to have really good decision-making skills and ball security. And I think they were tired of this ball on the ground, and Quentin Jackson has experience doing that. He could even a little bit more of a better athlete, more dynamic athlete, and so far so good this drive.
Hardiman In the backfield to the right from Jackson. Jackson takes the snap, hands it off. Hardiman sneaking through inside the 40 to the 38. Elvis, this feels like a game plan that if you do this from the beginning, control the football, slow things down, reduce the number of possessions. Hard to come back down 27-7, but effective right now.
Yeah, it is, especially because their game plan, the path to victory was to play keep away for them.
Keeper this time for Jackson.
You definitely you definitely don't want Texas State's high-powered offense on the field. You needed to control the clock. You needed to play really well on third down. And, I mean, it's hard when you lose some quarterbacks, but they obviously had plan A, B, and a C.
Kamari Terrell is the injured Bobcat corner, transfer from Oregon. Yeah, all of a sudden, Scott Abel says, all right, well, we're going to go to this. And it seems to be working. Earlier today, 100 Purple Heart recipients from across the state of Texas joined us. They were combat wounded veterans. Opportunity for the fans here to honor them. And one of those Purple Heart recipients, by the way, received 100,000 airline miles from American Airlines and 250,000 Marriott hotel points. Kamari Terrell being helped off the field here. He's a junior. Yeah, you heard Scott Abel talk about, the head coach at Rice, about the future and what this game means for his program. We've seen the freshman quarterback Creighton. You've seen freshman running back Byers and freshman running back Hardiman. Quentin Jackson's a junior, but he comes back next year with this Rice offense. Their starting quarterback and the backup both hit the portal. So Rice still has some building to do. DeAndre Hardiman in the backfield. Take the snap. Jackson to the outside, cuts it back. Maybe a yard to the 33-yard line. Craig Royal on the tackle.
Yeah, we've talked about that all bowl season, is freshmen who haven't seen playtime all season who can maintain their red shirt and still get experience in these bowl games. So a lot of guys playing more snaps than they're accustomed to, but the experience is something they can roll over in the next season.
Out of the gun, Jackson again. Backs to either side here. 2nd and 9. Hands it off left. Turner. Line of scrimmage, and that's all. 3rd down. Traylon Payne on the tackle. That's a linebacker, Elvis, that you wanted to brag about. Traylon Payne, the senior out of San Antonio, comes in over 100 tackles on the year.
Yeah, very good player. Talked to Coach Bailiff a little bit about him. Just an outstanding kid. Maybe a little undersized, but you just see his maximum effort. He's a great tackler. Like I mentioned earlier, 24 tackles he had against Marshall. That was a record that stood since 1988.
3rd down and 9 for the 33. Jackson to throw it for the first time. Now he's going to hesitate, tuck it, and run to the edge, and upended to get to the 31-yard line. And we're going to 4th down here. Jaden Rios tracks him down, and a decision here for Rice. See if they keep the offense on the field with a minute 50 to play in this 3rd quarter. You're looking at 4th and 7. Yeah, you mentioned David Bailiff, one of the great defensive minds in college football. He's now a special assistant to head coach G.J. Kinney at Texas State. He was the head coach at both of these schools, at Texas State and at Rice. Still the highest winning percentage of any coach in Rice history is David Bailiff.
30-second timeout.
Yeah, just Texas football in general, so much connective tissue. Coaches going from high school to college, and then in between college programs, just a really rich history. And passing up the guard, if you will, between Bailiff and G.J. Kinney, it's something I enjoy just because you see so many familiar names and faces.
Oh, yeah. Bailiff, one of the good guys in the business, too, tells a great story, about that one time when he traded his brand new set of golf clubs for the prettiest brisket he had ever seen in his life.
He's one of my favorites. He's one of the reasons why I went to TCU's the defensive coordinator here, and I just love him. I still, every time I see him, I'll give him a big hug. He's just a fun guy to be around.
Well, and he had a great line. He said, those golf clubs weren't doing any good in the trunk of my car anyway. That brisket sure could help him on a Saturday afternoon, summertime. 27-7, Texas State leading it here.
That third down play, upon a little replay, Quentin Jackson rolled right, pulled up the pass.
Yep.
And the defense almost but tackled Aaron Turner, the designated receiver, so nothing doing there. But here, 4th down and 7.
And now Shearhorn comes in at quarterback. One back stands to the right of him. They need 7. Give, reverse, try to turn it upfield. Needs to make a man miss. Shearhorn's got to block someone. Doesn't quite do it, and this one will fold up with Tyson Thompson down after no gain. Needed a block from his quarterback, Shearhorn. Didn't get it. And again, we talk about running side to side against this Texas State defense, Elvis. That's awfully hard to do.
It is. And here's one thing we got to also continue to talk about is Texas State's discipline today. This is a hard offense. When I was playing and we'd play the Air Force teams, you always allocate a few practices in the spring, maybe some in fall camp, but just prepare so you didn't have one short week because it's hard. Your eyes have to be in the right place. You have to have defense. You have to be very patient, and they've done that. Now, it helped that they had a few weeks to prepare for it, but a lot of credit to that defensive staff at Texas State.
Yeah, give credit to Bradley Del Pavito, the defensive coordinator, former assistant at A&M, Houston, Stephen F. Austin, Middle Tennessee State, Kentucky, LSU, Northwestern State. We could be here a while. Pavito's been around the block. Here on 1st down, throw it underneath, does Jackson. Ball popped out, Rice falls on it at the 33, so now a turnover here for Texas State as Chris Dawn coughs it up. Aquinas Clemens.
Catch, fumble, recovered by Rice.
Clemens, I think, falls on it. Now the question is going to be, is this a catch?
You need control and a football move. He's catching a wide receiver screen, and I think he's on his way up the field, and that ball just pops loose.
Clemens falls on it. I was trying to get the number of who knocked it away. We're going to take a look. There is an injured Owl down at the 31 with 1:15 to play in this quarter. Texas State with a 20-point lead right now, 27-7. This could be a costly turnover here. Training staff of the Rice Owls. Deanna Dehaney leads that team. Working with one of the Owls right now who's down. Owl defender on the field. They brought out the backboard here as well, and the cart making its way. As this Rice Owls training staff works with the defender down on the field. Still no number yet. Armed Forces Bowl crowd here.
Yeah, Fellas, I believe it's Davion Hook. Marshall's correct. I believe that's what we saw.
So this is safety Davion Hook. We think.
Previous play is under review for targeting.
Training staff continues to work with Hook. While they do that, let's take a timeout. 1:15 to play here in this. Sir Kyle Wiggs, you're going to need to direct me on where I need to go here. 27-7 right now. Texas State leading it. We're going to go ahead and take break number 16, folks. So stations along the lines after 3 quarters. Well, it's not. We still got 1:15 left in this third. Texas State is leading at 27-7. We're going to go ahead and take the timeout here from Fort Worth. Back after this word from Shriners Children's Charities.
Before the bright lights on Sunday, before the draft and pro contracts, greatness starts here. It's the East-West Shrine Bowl, January 27th, 2026, at the Ford Center at the Star. A century-old tradition and the first step to NFL stardom. Every play supports game-changing outcomes at Shriners Children's. The 2026 East-West Shrine Bowl. Today's All-Stars, tomorrow's legends. Visit shrinebowl.com for tickets starting at $26.
At the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl, we salute the men and women of our military who rise to every challenge. As an official sponsor, FirstNet supports those who protect our nation every day. Your courage, bravery, and sacrifice inspires us all. When every second counts, you are there. FirstNet, honoring those who serve, supporting those who protect.
Welcome to Fort Worth, Texas for the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. During your stay, you can expect the unexpected. Try on a pair of boots. See Longhorns in the street. Experience the Cowgirl Museum. Mouth-watering barbecue. And see the best zoo in the country. Learn more and plan your adventure at FortWorth.com today.
Attention, Department of War and Coast Guard civilians with a Common Access Card. You are eligible to shop your military exchanges in-store and online. Your CAC is the key to unlocking your savings benefit. Tax-free shopping with military-exclusive pricing and credit options. 100% of exchange earnings go back to improve military community quality of life programs. The Exchange. It matters where you shop. Visit shopmyexchange.com/vets to learn more.
Wake up, scroll, eat, school, work, TV, podcast, eat, scroll, sleep, rinse, repeat. We've all been there, stuck in the same routine, day in and day out. But in the U.S. Air Force, you can put an end to this endless cycle. With over 200 career options at bases across the entire globe, your exciting future starts here. To learn more and get started, go to airforce.com. Aim high.
Kyle Wiggs back in the bowl season radio studios as we've got a timeout on the field. We'll return to Brian Estrich and the crew in just a couple of minutes. We do have 3 more college football bowl games coming up this afternoon and this evening. At 4:30, they'll kick off the AutoZone Liberty Bowl. It's 10-2 Navy against 7-5 Cincinnati. Navy ranked number 22 in the country and led by, of course, their outstanding quarterback, Blake Horvath, as Horvath has rushed for nearly 1,200 yards. He's averaging about 103 rushing yards per game. He scored 15 touchdowns, can also throw it as well, 1,472 yards and 10 touchdowns. Navy back at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium for the second time in just a month or so. Navy beat Memphis 28-17 there on Thanksgiving, the midshipmen rallying after trailing 17-14 at the half. That win clinched a share of the American Athletic Conference regular season title. Cincinnati started 7-1, of course. They were in the top 20 at one point, ranked 17th, but they lost 4 games to end the regular season. A loss at Utah. They lost at home to Arizona, home to BYU, and at TCU. So the schedule toughened up there at the end of the year, and Cincinnati struggled to get wins. For the Bearcats today, it'll be Brady Lichtenberg and Samaj Jones at quarterback. Brendan Sorsby is in the transfer portal, one of the hot commodities among veteran quarterbacks in the transfer portal. So the Bearcats turn to the backups to play in this contest today. And receiver Cyrus Allen, he has a chance to set a Cincinnati record for touchdown receptions. He's got 12 this year, so he needs 1 to match the school record set by Marcus Barnett back in 2007. That's the AutoZone Liberty Bowl at 4:30, Navy against Cincinnati. The Duke's Mayo Bowl takes place at 8 o'clock tonight, 8-4 Wake Forest against 5-7 Mississippi State. Looking forward to see that big quarterback, the big young quarterback for Mississippi State, Kamario Taylor. In his only college start so far, he threw for 178 yards, rushed for 173 yards. He played quarterback in the Egg Bowl for Mississippi State against number 6 Ole Miss. So Taylor getting the start for Mississippi State in the Duke's Mayo Bowl tonight against Wake Forest. Wake Forest replacing their top running back, Damon Claiborne, with Ty Clark. And Clark will get the carries tonight. Wake Forest, under first-year head coach Jake Dickert, they've had an excellent season, 8-4 in his first year, and led by quarterback Robbie Ashford. He, of course, played at Oregon, Auburn, South Carolina, transferring to Wake Forest, and had a great year this year with 9 touchdown passes in 11 games. That's the Duke's Mayo Bowl at 8 o'clock. And then Arizona against SMU. Looking forward to this battle of quarterbacks. Noah Fafita, first team All Big 12 Conference for Arizona against Kevin Jennings. As we return things to Brian Estridge, that Trust and Will Holiday Bowl tonight. Number 17, 9-3 Arizona against 8-4 SMU. That should be an entertaining game to watch. A lot of points on the board tonight, most likely with those two quarterbacks leading the way, Brian.
I'm telling you, those two offenses are high-powered. That'll be tonight. The injured Rice Owl is Davian Hook. He's been placed on the backboard, now on the stretcher. Did give a thumbs up to his team and to the fans here. They're going to put him in the cart. Davian Hook, a senior out of Cibolo Steel. And Hook, the safety. We had a chance to see it on replay. And by the way, kudos to the Rice sports medicine staff. You can tell they've trained for that. They were there immediately. Sports medicine team also from TCU, the host school here for the Armed Forces Bowl. Dr. Mark Wiley stepped right in. In fact, I'm watching Dr. Wiley walk off the field, phone to his ear, probably preparing the hospital for Davian Hook's arrival.
Yeah, it's just a scary moment. Luckily, he's in good hands. I think we got a thumbs up, so hoping for the best news possible for Davian.
You know, we had a chance to watch the replay. He was holding the edge there, Elvis, on that play, and he just kind of got swiped in the back of the head by one of the linemen for Texas State. Well, also on that team down there, by the way, is David Gable, the head athletic trainer at TCU, providing assistance to the Rice Owl defender.
And Coach Abel immediately pulled his team together and had a short prayer for him.
Yep.
As mom and dad are headed to the locker room to meet the staff, the Rice staff over there as well. But tough to see.
Yeah. That cart still out on the field. I think it was waiting on a driver. It was. It shows up now. So the cart with the stretcher will head back up the tunnel here for Davian Hook. Standing ovation from both these Texas State and Rice fans in attendance here today at the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl.
After review, the ruling of no targeting is confirmed, upheld, and the ruling of a fumble is upheld. First down, Rice.
Rice takes over now. Great field position, 32-yard line of Texas State after the Bobcat turnover. Owls with the football now. Their best starting field position by some 33 yards here.
Yeah, and these moments are always difficult coming off an injury in a long time. Let's see if they're always can kick it into gear and get some points.
Quentin Jackson remains in at quarterback. Fakes the inside handoff, pitches it right to Turner, and Aaron Turner gets a couple to the 30-yard line. Conceptually, I like what Rice does. You can tell, Elvis, they've still got to get the right players in the mix to sort of speed the exchange up, don't they?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you hear a lot of people talk about how excited they are with Coach Abel and the direction the culture that he's building. Got to find the right players in the system, and you got to keep them too, right? It's not only attracting but retaining good players.
Hardiman in the backfield stands to the left of Jackson. Jackson's going to keep this one inside the 30 to the 28. Clock runs with 30 seconds left in this quarter. Traylon Payne the tackle, and if I'm Rice, I don't need to run another play in this one.
Yeah, I think part of that personnel future for Rice is these offensive linemen. You need a specific kind of guy because that play was blown up right there by penetration. And the dive as part of this triple option has to be a legitimate threat every play.
Out of 5 seconds left in the quarter. Snap comes back. Toss. Running left is Turner. Down he'll go. That'll be the last play of this third quarter. Kennard Snyder knocks him backwards to the 32. Third quarter comes to an end here. 23rd edition of the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl in Fort Worth. Back we come after this with Texas State up 27-7 on Rice. Now this from Navy Federal Credit Union.
Tim, I'm receiving an important update.
Ooh, are you getting night vision?
No. I just found out you could get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender.
So, no night vision?
No night vision.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loan must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply.
This season, the action isn't just on the field. It's in every game day spread. Hell of a Good dips bring bold flavor to every watch party. Made for dunking, scooping, and celebrating every big play. Find Hell of a Good in stores near you and follow on Instagram at Hell of a Good Dips. Start dipping with Hell of a Good.
Before the bright lights on Sunday, before the draft and pro contracts, greatness starts here. It's the East-West Shrine Bowl, January 27th, 2026, at the Ford Center at the Star. A century-old tradition and the first step to NFL stardom. Every play supports game-changing outcomes at Shriners Children's. The 2026 East-West Shrine Bowl. Today's All-Stars, tomorrow's legends. Visit shrinebowl.com for tickets starting at $26.
It takes a different breed to be the first to respond. The first on the scene. The first to tackle disaster head on. At ServPro, we witness the bravery of first responders almost every day. So to all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, this game's for you. ServPro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
Ready for the start of the fourth quarter. Texas State leading here 27-7 over the Rice Owls right now. Stations, before we go a step further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio from First Tee. Fourth quarter here in Fort Worth. Two schools 165 miles apart. Texas State and Rice. Texas State, 44,000 students, founded in 1899. They graduated folks like LBJ, the president, Matthew McConaughey, your favorite, Shawn Michaels, the wrestler, Amy Gallegos, Hall of Fame volleyball player, wife of our own Elvis Gallegos. There we go. And three names you'll know: Powers Booth, the actor; George Strait, king of country music, right? Yep. G.W. Bailey, an actor as well. Rice, on the other hand, Howard Hughes, Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia; Larry McMurtry, author of Lonesome Dove; great football player by the name of Don Maynard. Creighton in at quarterback now for Rice. They blow this one dead before it gets started. May have been movement up front, and there was.
Start. Offense, number 23. 5-yard penalty. Remains fourth down.
So instead of 4th and 10, it's 4th and 15. Peyton Matthews, the guilty party. By the way, Rice was founded in 1891. His Rice Institute has 4,574 current students. They've got 134 yards of total offense through three quarters. Texas State has 263. 15 first downs for the Bobcats, 9 for Rice, who's facing 4th and 15. Creighton's ball slips out of his hand, goes out of bounds, and Texas State will take over. Not much of a chance there.
Yeah, that play just didn't have a chance. Creighton takes the drop back and I think has a pretty clean pocket. Steps up and his arm might have gotten hit there, but that was a duck and into tight coverage regardless. And Rice just doesn't necessarily have the horses today to play that kind of game. And when they're down, they're definitely behind the 8 ball.
20-point ball game. Texas State with the lead. 14:53 to play. Here in this.
Texas State takes over 4-10.
We've got more college football here on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio. Tuesday, January 27. That's right, Tuesday, January 27. We'll have the East-West Shrine Bowl from Frisco. The Star in Frisco. You'll hear that here on many of these bowl season radio stations. Perry back in at running back. Lincoln, big hole, cross midfield, sprint on the left-hand side. Perry to the 30, to the 20, to the 10. Touchdown, Lincoln Perry. The senior fittingly closes out his career with the Bobcats with a 64-yard sprint and score here his 12th rushing touchdown of the year.
And that's the kind of offensive run production Texas State has had a lot of this season. They've kind of been bottled up for the most part today on the ground, but Lincoln Perry finds the hole and picks him up and puts him down. Touchdown, Bobcats.
In the field is a touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Texas State, number 7 and number 11. 15-yard penalty to be assessed on the kickoff.
The senior Perry got his money's worth. I'll just give him that.
What he did was he ran into the crowd, you know, and was high-fiving some Texas State fans. It's bowl season.
Yeah. That one felt like they were quick on the trigger there.
Yeah, these MAC officials. Come on. Have some fun. Robles for the point after. They're stuck in the Midwest. They come down here to Texas, 73 degrees. You'd think they'd have a good time. Here's the extra point. It is up and good. 34-7 now. One play, 63 yards. 11 seconds. Lincoln Perry. That's Texas State up 34-7 now. All right. By the way, Texas State, Elvis, opens 2026 at Texas in Austin on September the 5th.
Well, G.J. Kinney will play some people now.
Yes.
You know, they faced Arizona State these last 2 years, beat them last year.
Yep.
Struggled there in Tempe this year, but he's going to go after those guys, those big teams. And hey, look, I think with that heated rivalry so close, you want that, right? That's good for the fan base. It's like, hey, should be I'd like to see Texas State get a shot at those guys. And I think what he's building is a culture. And hey, he's called out the NIL a lot and says we need to bring guys, we need to keep guys and keep playing those big teams like that. You sneak up on somebody and you beat them, and it just explodes the program.
What is it, 40 miles apart?
Yeah, they're right down the road, not down 35. And for G.J. Kinney in this Texas State program, listen, they're moving on up. The expectations are going to increase as they move to the Pac-12, and I think having the gumption to take on Texas and keep them on your schedule and see what you're about early in the season.
Michael James to kick it from right to left. Aaron Turner back deep after the penalty. This ball's teed up at the 20-yard line. Angles it right. Boy, boom, this one went over the head of the returner. It's going to be Tyson Thompson to the 8, to the 20, 25, and hit as he gets to the 28-yard line. First and 10 there for the Rice Owls. 14:35 to go. They're down 34-7. You know, folks around the country have always looked at Texas State as a potential sleeping giant. Got a large student body. Really good city in San Marcos. And you got plenty of talent around you in the state of Texas. They've had some great coaches go through there over the years. Obviously, we talked about Jim Wackert, a couple of national championships in Division II. Dennis Franchioli was there. David Bailiff we talked about. Now G.J. Kinney. First and 10 from the 29. Shearhorn back in at quarterback. Here comes the option. And he'll turn it up. Ball pops out. Loose on the ground. dive for it here at the 39. Let's see. Rice is going to come up with it. Break there for the Owls.
If you're Scott Abel, it's just a non-starter. You can't have guys out there who don't take care of the football. Shearhorn and Creighton today have just been loose with the football in passing and running situations. You give yourself no chance. They got lucky once again there to recover that ball.
Yeah, Luke Miller, the right tackle, fell on it. Fourth fumble, they've lost 2. Here's a bad snap behind Shearhorn. He dives on it back at the 24, and the wheels are coming off the Rice Owls right now, or the wings.
And how much of the layoff, you hear a lot about tackling, right? It just being off for so long, it's just ball security, especially when you lose some guys. You got young guys having to step up. I'm sure it was a point of emphasis, but you quickly realize just how rusty you are being off for so long.
And the fact you got 2 quarterbacks who really had seen minimal action, between them about 20 plays all season.
That's, I think, more of the case there. I mean, you're doing CQX, quarterback center exchange, every day at practice, but these guys are just young and green.
Tyven Byers in the backfield, play action, Shearhorn screen. Left-hand side, it is Byers. Byers going to take it up to about the 34-yard line. I thought we would see more of the screen game here today from Rice.
They've called a couple of them, and just they haven't hit. I mean, you need a little touch and feel from the quarterback, and they just not gotten that. And then if you hit a couple of those, they were timed well with the blitz from Texas State. If you hit them and you damage them, and that you can call that again later in the game. But when you don't execute, it's just tough to sustain these drives.
4th and 4, Rice will punt it. Their MVP today has been Chase Allen, the punter. Out there again, DJ Taylor's back deep for Texas State. Taylor snags this one at the 20. Return as he reverses left, now back right, and down he'll go at the 22-yard line. 45-yard punt for Allen. 3.5 of the hang time, 2-yard return, time out of the field. 12:19 left, 34-7. Texas State leading. Let's see if we'll got a penalty here we'll sort out before we go to break here. Now the officials picked it up. Let's see. May not stand.
During the kick, holding, return team, number 3. 10-yard penalty will be assessed from the end of the kick. First down. Timeout the field.
Texas State will have it from the 12-yard line when we get back. 12:19 left. 34-7. Texas State leads it here. On the Rice Owls, you're listening to the Coca-Cola Bowl season radio coverage of the 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl.
This is an Xbox, and this is an Xbox that takes calls. This is an Xbox when you need a study break. This is you enjoying seamless gaming on the go with the new ROG Xbox Ally. And this, that's a beatbox. To recap, this, and this are all Xboxes. And this is you gaming wherever, whenever, however. That's an achievement unlocked. The choice is yours. Play Xbox on your favorite Xbox device.
Lockheed Martin's vision of 21st century security means preparing to make split-second decisions with certainty. Because whether your mission is over land, on the sea, through the air, in outer space, or cyberspace, our mission is to help you detect the threats, connect the tech, and protect what matters most in every domain of operation. Lockheed Martin, ensuring those we serve always stay ahead of ready.
JLab is powering the 2025 college football season with incredible earbuds, headphones, and speakers, and supporting elite athletes from powerhouse programs nationwide, including Ohio State's Julian Sayin and Carnell Tate, Indiana's Fernando Mendoza, Arkansas's Taylon Green, and Vanderbilt's Martell Height Jr. These incredible players elevate every rep, traveling game day with JLab earbuds, headphones, and speakers. JLab, your kind of tech, straight from the lab. Shop at JLab.com, Amazon, and retailers everywhere.
If your child has a common orthopedic condition, that doesn't mean you can only get common treatments. You can choose Shriners Children's. Our world-class care is not limited to insurance networks or to what's been done before. The same doctors who innovate treatments for the most complicated orthopedic issues will help your child grow and develop properly. See what we do at ShrinersChildren's.org. Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere.
Bowl season radio coverage of the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl is presented by Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
12:19 to play in this fourth quarter. Texas State leading at 34-7 on the Rice Owls. Bobcats back out there with the football now. Start this drive at their own 10-yard line. Over the years, these have been close ball games in this bowl game. Half of them have been decided by a touchdown or less. Half of the 23. That will not be the case here today. Greg Burrell in the backfield now. Jackson stays out there, quarterback. Bring a man in motion across the field here. They'll hand it off. Burrell tries to bounce it right with room. 15 outside. He'll go 20, 25, 30, and out of bounds in front of the Texas State bench at the 35-yard line. Greg Burrell, the UNLV transfer. Aniamu on the tackle, the defensive end, 28-yard gain there.
Just feels like in more ways than one, the dam is starting to break on this Rice team on offense and defense. Explosive run plays on the ground, which they stifled early on as long as they could, but they just can't hold up right now. Texas State doing whatever they want.
1st and 10 of the 38 now. And in motion across the formation comes Blake Smith. Inside give comes Burrell, and Burrell breaking tackle, still on his feet. Moves the pile with some help. They're still pushing him across midfield and down to the 46 of Rice. That's a gain of 16 and another first down. Not much you could do there if you're Rice. You had Burrell with 3 offensive linemen hanging on to him, dragging him down the field. 1st and 10 for the 46 now. Throw the slot left. Catch made here by Dawn. Chris Dawn through a couple of defenders. Another first down here to the 32 of the Owls. Joe Chavez on the tackle. Rice added 42 players to this roster since the end of the 2024 season. 12 of those were graduate transfers. And I get the feeling you may see the Owls do more of that this year.
Yeah, Coach is slowly getting the feel for the kind of guys they need, and Rice is a little bit ways away.
2 receivers right, 1 left this time. Takes the give. Jackson falls down. Tripped by the yard line there at the 35.
And listen, they went into half. We said they had played pretty stingy defense. And unfortunately, the scoreboard didn't necessarily reflect that, but now those stingy plays on wide receiver screens and runs up the middle that were only allowing 1, 2, 3, 4 yards are now allowing gashing plays for this Texas State offense. And maybe some fatigue involved in that, but just, sometimes the horses kind of overcome.
Rice will open the 2026 season against Houston Christian on September 5. A wide receiver screen along the right-hand side here from Jackson to Chris Dawn again. And Dawn races it inside the 25 to the 24-yard line. That's a pickup of 11. So manageable 3rd and 2 here. Give me your assessment of Brad Jackson, the redshirt freshman quarterback at Texas State, Marshall.
I like him a lot. He's got a lot of juice to him.
Takes a snap here and rips it out of the belly of the running back and will just walk for the first down out of bounds to the 14-yard line. That's a gain of 8. That's the first 3rd down conversion of the day for Texas State, and they lead it 34-7.
And to be more specific about Brad Jackson, there's a term called suddenness, which is just kind of explosion, whether he's taking off and running or the way he delivers the ball. A few inaccurate passes, but overall he's got enough zip on the ball, and then as that play illustrates, can really scramble and make plays with his feet. There's a reason he's led this team in rushing this season. And I think they have a lot to look forward to with him at the helm.
Yeah, pretty decisive decision maker. Flip it right. Dawn breaks a tackle inside the 10, inside the 5. Touchdown Bobcats. From 14 yards out, Brad Jackson connects with Chris Dawn, the junior from Dallas. And the Bobcats score on the Lone Star State again to make it 40-7 here in the Armed Forces Bowl.
We've seen rough ball handling by the Rice offensive players, but that time Chris Jackson takes the snap, and in less than half a second, the ball's in his hands, is out and out to that swing pass, allows Dawn to catch and run, get his momentum going forward. And that is the kind of play from your quarterback and your receiving core that Texas State can come to expect.
That's the 10th catch of the day here for Chris Dawn. Extra point here is up, and it is good. A hell of a good extra point. Texas State find hell of a good dips in stores near you. 10 catches, 68 yards, 2 scores for Chris Dawn. Texas State leads it 41-7 now. 9:10 left in this one. You're listening to Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio, the 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl.
He's going to hit one deep down the field. And it's caught. It's a touchdown.
There's nothing like that moment when your team clenches a win. Bragging rights, the electric feel of the crowd, your fight song filling the stands. Whether it's Friday Night Lights or waking up on Saturday ready to tailgate, or the hours of excitement of watching games on Sunday. Football means tradition. It's synonymous with the fall. Whether you played, cheered, performed in a band, or just like to try your hand at armchair quarterbacking, the feeling of game day never ends. Imagine life without football? You can't. And why would you want to? Football is a powerful motivator for all who take part. Football matters in our lives.
What a finish! I can't believe we witnessed that today.
Join the community and celebrate the game. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Football Matters.
Aisleseats.com is your source for tickets to all types of events, sports, concerts, theater, and virtually anything else that takes a ticket. If your event is sold out or you can't get the quality of seats that you're looking for, that is what we specialize in. Great seats to the hottest events. We can also help if you're on a budget. Many tickets are priced below face value. Best of all, Aisleseats.com has none of the service charges that other sites are famous for. The price you see is what you get. Visit Aisleseat.com. That's aisle with an A. AISLESCATS.com.
Wake up, scroll, eat, school, work, TV, podcast, eat, scroll, sleep, rinse, repeat. We've all been there, stuck in the same routine, day in and day out. But in the U.S. Air Force, you can put an end to this endless cycle. With over 200 career options at bases across the entire globe, your exciting future starts here. To learn more and get started, go to airforce.com. Aim high.
You're listening to the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl from Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio.
9:10 to play here in this fourth quarter. Texas State leading at 41-7. 7-play drive that time for the Bobcats. 90 yards, 3:09 off the clock. 14-yard throw from Brad Jackson to Chris Dawn. Jackson now 16 of 23, 166 yards, 3 touchdowns. He's run for another 52 in a score. It'll be hard not to vote him for our hell of a good player of the game, Marshall, the way he's played.
That's the inside track right there. And not only has he made plays, but he hasn't made the mistakes. I think Rice, on the other hand, dug themselves a hole with multiple guys and tough ball security. But Brad Jackson been very stout today, running the ball, taking care of the ball. And you can do some really good winning as long as you take care of the ball. It seems so simple, but week after week we see teams just give things away by not taking care of it.
9:10 to play. 41-7. Michael James to kick it. From right to left. Back deep goes Aaron Turner. And this one will sell out of the back of the end zone. G.J. Kinney, the head coach at Texas State, talked about getting to this bowl game. They had to win 3 at the end of the year to become bowl eligible and what it means to this program.
The extra practices to develop those young guys, then also get prepared for a really good team. Obviously, they present a ton of issues in all 3 phases, specifically on offense when we're down defensive coaches. So, they're going to be prepared. They do a great job over there. Got a ton of respect for what they do. So, but we're excited. I know that being 2-0 in bowl games. That's what I tell the guys all the time. These bowl games are only fun when you win them. So we got prepared the right way.
Yeah, you talked about that, Marshall. You played at 4 bowl games. Elvis played at 4 bowl games. Obviously, the wins stand out, but you were a part of one that hurt. That you said you didn't want to take the pads off at the end of the day, right?
Absolutely. But, that was my last collegiate game, and these times mean so much to you and your teammates, and you want to go on a high note as best you can.
Quentin Jackson takes a direct snap, turns it upfield here for positive yardage. Breaking tackle, spins out of another up near midfield to the 48-yard line. That's a nice run for Quentin Jackson. Michael Boldwin on the tackle.
And I'll reiterate what you said. This feels like something that should have been part of the game plan from the jump. Not the entire offense maybe, but he's given them a lot of life on offense.
Jackson by far their best player on offense. Takes a snap here. Fakes the inside give. Able to keep it, break a tackle, and take it to the 49. Well, that was going to be a negative, and he turned it into a positive. He talked earlier in the week about the importance of this game for next year.
It didn't end the way we wanted to. We didn't get in the bowl game the way we wanted to, but we still have the opportunity to go win a bowl game. Coach Ed will preach about this could be the first time a Rice football team wins a bowl game since 2014. That's a long time. I think I was in elementary school or middle school. I can't remember. So, it'll be fun to go out there with this Rice team. Set a standard for next year. Just a building block that we can set.
That's Quentin Harris. Running back, Quentin Jackson, I should say, the running back saying, hey, let's work on next year. Shearhorn's in at quarterback. Pressure comes, and he has to dump it quickly to get rid of it on 2nd and 10, and they'll bring him 3rd down there. They had the screen set up.
That's another screen. I think part of the mechanics of the screen, and this comes from my offensive line perspective, is you got to stop the pass rusher a little bit. You don't want to hold him up because the whole point is him to rush upfield, but they're just olaying like a matador these Texas State defenders, and they're in the quarterback space. He has no vision to make a touch pass on the screen, which is what's required to make these plays work.
Shearhorn stays out there at quarterback. Hardiman stands to his right. Toss sweep right. Turning it upfield here. Up to the 45 goes Turner. Manageable 4th and 3 upcoming now. You got to believe that Scott Abel will keep his offense out there. And he does. Returning is Quentin Jackson. They need 3 yards to keep the drive alive now. Substitution by Rice allows Texas State to take their time and do the same. A couple of fresh defensive linemen. Jackson takes a snap. Follows his lead blocker for the first down and more. Breaks a tackle. Sprint down the middle of the field. Cuts it out right at the 20 to the 15 and out of bounds to the 13-yard line. Then a late flag comes in as Jackson was thrown into the wall here along the Rice sideline. And that should add on more here to the run by the Rice Owls now.
Yeah, it looks to be an unnecessary late hit on Quentin Jackson, but let us reiterate, he is 5'7", 160 pounds, and he is running hard today. I am very impressed by his performance today, given the circumstances.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense, number 21. Happens to the goal, for them to run. Automatic first down.
That's Camden Grogan, a rarely used senior corner. Ends up being a 35-yard gain after the penalty.
And you got to believe Quentin Jackson's running extra hard for his hometown in front of his family today.
Here on 1st and goal at the 5. Not much doing there. They work it up the middle with Hardiman. 2nd and goal upcoming. Rice offense brings Shearhorn back in at quarterback. Shearhorn this time. As Hardiman standing to his right. 2nd and goal at the 4. Snap back. Keeping it right is Turner. Tried to reverse field. He'll go down. Back at the 10-yard line. Loss of 6 on the play. Now it's 3rd and goal to the 10.
And I don't mind the jet sweep. They run it a lot with Aaron Turner, but it's just tough to that side of the field. Texas State does a good job of stringing it to the sideline, and Turner just has to not make that a worse play by doubling back.
Rice is just 3 of 16 on third down in this game. Shearhorn stays out there. Hardiman behind him. 3rd and goal at the 10. Shearhorn to throw it up the middle, and he had a tight end. He dropped it. James Falk would have been his 4th catch of the year. Now it's 4th down.
That was the perfect play call down here in the low red zone. A really accurate pass by Shearhorn. Exactly what you're looking for. Just a drop ball by James Falk and the continuation of the inefficient ball handling by this Rice Owls football team.
Enoch Goda for the field goal attempt now. 5:36 left. 27-yarder from the right hash for Goda. Kick is up, and it is good. Enoch. Kicking game's been good for Rice. 41-10 right now. Texas State leads it. That's a hell of a good field goal for Enoch Goda. Find hell of a good dips at stores near you. 5:32 left in this one. 41-10 right now. Texas State leading it on Rice. This is the 2026 Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Back to Fort Worth after this from Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed Martin's vision of 21st century security means preparing to make split-second decisions with certainty. Because whether your mission is over land, on the sea, through the air, in outer space, or cyberspace, our mission is to help you detect the threats, connect the tech, and protect what matters most in every domain of operation. Lockheed Martin, ensuring those we serve always stay ahead of ready.
Before the bright lights on Sunday, before the draft and pro contracts, greatness starts here. It's the East-West Shrine Bowl, January 27th, 2026, at the Ford Center at the Star. A century-old tradition and the first step to NFL stardom. Every play supports game-changing outcomes at Shriners Children's. The 2026 East-West Shrine Bowl. Today's All-Stars, tomorrow's legends. Visit shrinebowl.com for tickets starting at $26.
It takes a different breed to be the first to respond. The first on the scene. The first to tackle disaster head on. At ServPro, we witness the bravery of first responders almost every day. So to all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, this game's for you. ServPro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
For those who serve, home is what they fight for. Motivated by a sense of duty to defend our families and our freedom, boldly bearing a burden most aren't brave enough for. At Cross Country Mortgage, we don't believe thank you is enough. With our VA loan, coming back means coming home. Equal housing opportunity, NMLS 3029, certificate of eligibility required for VA loans.
5:32 to play in this ball game. 41-10 right now. Texas State leading it on the Rice Owls. 9-play, 60-yard drive for Rice. 3:38 off the clock. 28-yard field goal from Goda to make it 41-10. They just introduced the C-130 team that brought our all-veterans group of parachuters. Prior to the game, they delivered the game ball and the American flag, of course. C-130 group, as well as the pilots of the F-35, the 301st Fighter Wing, provided today's awesome flyover. Those Air Force pilots are stationed at Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base here in Fort Worth. By the way, the lead pilot for that C-130 got his master's degree at Rice.
All right.
In aeronautical engineering.
There you go.
Little tie-in there. Also earlier they introduced, and you know what this is? These are real unsung heroes, Marshall. They introduced the spouses of the year, the AFI military spouses of the year earlier. The Navy spouse of the year was Jennifer Barnhill. National Guard spouse of the year was Hope Daupert. The Army spouse of the year was Vince Afasi. Kickoff into the end zone. The Marine Corps Spouse of the Year was Brittany Contreras, and the Air Force Spouse of the Year, Sean Bill. Coast Guard representative was the overall winner of the Armed Forces Insurance Military Spouse of the Year, Jamie Billert. They take care of things at home for those families.
Super important to have a support system for our brave veterans serving.
Yep.
A lot of the people who are in the reservists who are training constantly. It's just you need a full effort from everyone involved, and the spouses are such a huge part of that.
That's what makes today so special, an opportunity to honor all of them.
Turn the kick. Personal foul. Blindside block. Kicking team. Number 30. 15-yard penalty will be added on. Will be assessed in the previous spot. Be re-kick.
Yeah, make them re-kick it here.
I'm curious how a kicking team has a blindside block.
I guess maybe the return team just turned their back and ran.
Right.
Tracked them down. And
yeah.
5:32 left.
On Texas State.
Okay, that makes a little more sense.
Yeah. Now they reverse. They'd walked it off the wrong way. Now they're going to kick it off from the 50, I guess is what's going to happen, right? I think the officials are still sorting through this. It's Mac Crew. Yeah, the kickoff now will come. Or will it? Yeah. The Rice defense just ran out on the field and realized, no, we have to kick this again. Texas State's return team is still out there.
You know, the level of things that have to be organized by these referees' crews is immense. We saw that last night, the end of that Sugar Bowl. A lot has to go on, so we give them a lot of respect. But there are some times when the communication lacks, and this feels like one of those times. But we'll get it sorted out. We'll get the right guys out there.
I'm not sure they still have the right group. I'll be honest with you. That looks like the offense. Well, now they got the kick team, maybe. They're still adding guys. It's a fire drill. Rice is struggling.
Oh, yeah, could be an onside kick even with the penalty. I agree.
Texas State just shuffled guys to put their hands team out. Mark Hogan is the special teams coordinator for the Rice Owls. The confusion was for Rice, though, not Texas State. Rice was trying to figure out who was going to be out there. Then once Texas State saw some personnel changes, they went with the hands team. And now Chase Allen is going to kick at the punter. Here comes the onside. Got a big bounce, but Texas State's able to grab it out of bounds. And it'll be Bobcat football. 5:32 to go. Yeah, you're right. The end of that game last night, you had 2 plays with 1 second left, and I wasn't positive we were finished then.
You know, part of that is the production crew on the field trying to get the podium on the field, and Ole Miss fans excited, rightfully so,
Sure.
but running on.
The receiver caught the ball inbounds before stepping out of bounds. Therefore, we have no foul in the play.
All right. But I was watching that game afraid for Ole Miss because what happened was the fact that there was the onside kick from a safety recovered by Georgia and the clock didn't run. They had one play. Now, it felt like they didn't take it seriously, but imagine losing that way.
Play is under review.
Oh, my. We'd kind of moved on from that previous play. I felt like, you're right. And by the way, kudos to the Georgia staff for knowing that rule. A grounded player, clock didn't run.
Right.
Kudos to them.
Kudos to them. I mean, yeah, they had one. Listen, if you're a coach and the fans might have conceded in their minds and their hearts, but if you're a coach, we got 1 second, that's one more opportunity to do the whoopsie-doozy kickoff return, but still,
Yeah, and Elvis, you were watching that game.
Yep.
I was thinking to myself when I saw him line up,
After review,
there was
ruling
going to be
appeals
the
upheld. The first down.
onside kick. That I'm thinking. I don't know that I would onside it. I would kind of pop kick it here, try to run under it and catch it on the full sprint and run it in. But good for Georgia, Elvis, to know that rule that hey, you're going to save a second.
But explain to me
right.
why Ole Miss
advance.
didn't go after the football.
That's the problem. Ole
Yeah,
Miss
I didn't understand that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but you're right. The kicking team can't advance a kickoff, so you can't run it down the field. Here's a quick toss left-hand side, across the 40 to the 42-yard. Catch made by Chris Stone. His 11th catch of the day. 41-10, Texas State leads at 5:15 to go. Clock runs with 5:06 left. Starter still out there for Texas State. Hand it off. Perry running right. First down in midfield. Lincoln Perry out of Germantown, Tennessee, transfer from Arkansas State. He was for football in the state of Tennessee coming out of high school. Got over 2,800 yards and 28 total touchdowns. He's a little undersized, Marshall, therefore was under-recruited, went to Arkansas State, now Texas State, 5'9", 200.
I like the way he runs, though.
I do too.
Low pads, a tough to get down, something
Jackson.
you can really play with.
Deep ball, middle of the field. Jackson in traffic, incomplete. Penalty marker comes in. Pass interference with 4:10 to go. Texas State's not done yet. Jordan Martin.
Pass interference. Defense, number 10. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Freshman from Dallas, Kimball, was in coverage there.
Looks like we've got a little substitution there at the QB position.
Yep.
Last pass of the day by Brad Jackson was just a heave-ho. Ended up in defensive pass interference. But Gavin Parkhurst here, Fort Worth native, now in the game for the Bobcats.
Yeah, played at All Saints Episcopal. Did Parkhurst, who originally committed to Rice. But on signing day flipped to Texas State. He's in the shotgun right now, at quarterback. Big guy, 6'3", 205, takes a snap. Penalty marker comes in, hands it up the middle of Perry, and Perry's going to take it for a gain of about 9 to the 26, but we'll check the penalty from this MAC crew, earning their money here today. Lincoln Perry's got 10 carries for 97 yards. You got to believe that they're trying to get him over the century mark for the senior. Final game is a Bobcat. Let's check the penalty here.
There are 2 fouls in the play, one on each team that will offset. Got a legal motion on the offense. Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 25. Fouls offset, first down.
So Perry will have to stay out there in search of that 100-yard mark. 4:05 to play. First and 10 now at the 35. For Texas State, White outside the side. Snap comes back. Inside give Perry. Breaks a tackle and 2. And takes it down to the 25-yard line. That's going to be a gain of 9. Does that get him over the 100-yard mark, Brian Sperry? It does. And that'll be it for Lincoln Perry. Leaves with another 100-yard game under his belt. His 5th of the season. The senior.
Really fun there. Gets a little quick stand and go from the Texas State fan base. A 5th-year senior, just such a moment in time here that he's going to remember forever. Might be his last snaps in football in general, definitely in college. Don't take these moments for granted.
Dorian Strong leaves as well, an offensive lineman senior who was out there blocking. Handed off Burrell. Burrell's going to be tracked down here. Bring up third down. 3rd and 3, Braden Bays on the stop. 2:55 to go. Clock runs. 41-10, Texas State with the advantage. Third down now, 3rd and 2 from the 27 for the Bobcats. See if they let Parkhurst put it in the air. At quarterback, snap back. Give it to Burrell, bounces left, gets a block. Working for the first down, and I may have held him up here. Gets to the 23 and enough for a first down.
Awkward tackle there by the ankle on Greg Burrell, but he gets just enough for the first down and keeps his clock moving into the 2-minute timeout for Texas State.
41-10, Texas State going to get their 7th win of the season. Play out the final 2 minutes here when we get back after this timeout from Greer Steel.
In 1917, Agnes and Herbert Greer recognized a need for high-quality cold-rolled strip steel. Their solution? They founded Greer Steel and built a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility to produce the highest quality strip steel available. The company was built one customer at a time. It was built with true relationships. Today, Greer Steel not only remains a leader in the industry, but is an extraordinary resource for clients that demand more efficient production, which increases their profit. With a long reputation as an innovator, the Dover, Ohio mill is home to the Laser Matte Finisher, the only unit of its kind in the United States, plus a gold standard metallurgical lab. I'm John Racy, president of Greer Steel, and Agnes and Herbert Greer were my grandparents. We make steel that will meet your requirements and exceed your expectations. To learn more, visit us at GreerSteel.com.
At the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl, we salute the men and women of our military who rise to every challenge. As an official sponsor, FirstNet supports those who protect our nation every day. Your courage, bravery, and sacrifice inspires us all. When every second counts, you are there. FirstNet, honoring those who serve, supporting those who protect.
Lockheed Martin's vision of 21st century security means preparing to make split-second decisions with certainty. Because whether your mission is over land, on the sea, through the air, in outer space, or cyberspace, our mission is to help you detect the threats, connect the tech, and protect what matters most in every domain of operation. Lockheed Martin, ensuring those we serve always stay ahead of ready.
Two minutes left in this ballgame, 41-10. Texas State leading it here on the Rice Owls. Brian Estridge, Marshall Newhouse, Elvis Gallegos along the sidelines. Our producer, engineer today, Kyle Cross. Statistician, Brian Sperry. Spotter, Wayne Gossett. Back in our bowl season radio studios, Hoppy Kercheval along with Kyle Wiggs. It's been a great day here in Fort Worth for the 23rd edition of the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. Always one of the highlights of the year. Just so you know, just file this away, fellas. 2 of the 4 teams that played in the Armed Forces Bowl over the last 2 years were in this year's college football playoff. So it's been kind of a propeller, if you will. Oklahoma was the game's runner-up in last season's contest. James Madison, the runner-up in the 23rd edition, or the 2023 edition, I should say, of this Armed Forces.
That Oklahoma-Navy matchup was one for the books. It was a lot of fun.
41-10, Texas State leading it. 2 minutes left. To a knee goes Parkhurst.
6.
Yeah.
You know, they lost a couple close ones, a couple in overtime, and then one by a point, one by a field goal. So they're pretty close, right? I mean, to where Kenny wants them. And they played some good teams. I got a chance to see Arkansas State up in person, and obviously James Madison and Arizona State. So the 6-6, don't let that fool you. This is a good football team.
No, and I think he's really excited about what he's got coming back, and the fact that he gets this quarterback for another season in this system. It should bode well for the future. there in San Marcos.
They're going to be traveling out west quite a bit.
Yep.
Next year, facing a different level of competition, but internally it feels like they're ready for the challenge. This program has gotten some recent NIL commitments, new facilities. They are putting pieces together to be a contender in the future.
G.J. Kinney, the head coach. His grandparents live here in Fort Worth. His grandmother passed away last year. His grandfather's here today. You've seen him coach in the Metroplex the last 2 years in bowl games. One more to a knee here for Texas State. A backflip by Lincoln Perry, the running back, to signal the win as G.J. Kinney sprints across field to see Scott Abel with a handshake. Those two guys, two different systems, but very intent philosophies here on what they want out of their programs. And G.J. Kinney gets the best of it today. The air raid over the option choice. 41-10. Texas State wins it here over the Rice Owls. Our hell of a good player of the game. What are you thinking on this one, Marshall?
It's got to be Brad Jackson. He's did so much for this Texas State team with his legs, with his arm. They are really excited about the future with him at the helm. And today, it was all because of him leading this offense down the field.
He's our hell of a good player of the game, and he's standing alongside Elvis Gallegos right now.
Brad, hey, congratulations. Talk about two very different halves. What was clicking in the second half, or what adjustments did you guys make?
Yeah, I think it was just for us, it was just knocking the rust off. Not playing football for a month it's hard, especially as an offense, to come back and operate. But, I'm super proud of the guys, really proud of the defense there. In the second half, forcing a couple turnovers there, and just allowing us to be able to play ball. We getting Bo involved, getting CD involved in the second half, and then making them make plays. And we were able to be explosive there in the second half.
What does this mean now, 3 straight bowl wins for the program?
It's a big milestone. It's never been done before. And every single win, we talk about with Coach Kinney, we say we don't lose bowl games, right? And so that's kind of the culture we kind of set here, and I'm happy for it. And then, we got bigger things planned for in the future. Last
thing, you had 3 touchdowns through the air, 1 on the ground that broke the single season record. What does that mean to you?
It's awesome. That record doesn't go to me. That goes to my teammates, my O-line that have been, great for me all year. My tight ends, my receivers making me look good. So that ball goes to them, but I'm super grateful to be able to do that. I give all glory to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, allowing me to be able to do that each and every day, and it's a big blessing. So.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brad Jackson leads his team in prayer before every practice, leads their FCA. His only offers out of San Antonio, Reagan were Ivy League schools in Texas State. And he leads them to a bowl victory here as a redshirt freshman, 41-10 over Rice in this ball game. And you can see why G.J. Kinney talked about the importance of keeping him in San Marcos.
Absolutely. This Texas State program under Kinney, when they secure a bowl bid, they jump in the river on campus together as a group to signify the importance, and that's how you build programs. And you need quarterbacks like Brad Jackson, who have bought in, who have the skill set, but who want to be there to get you to where you want to go. And I expect big things for this Texas State program moving forward.
G.J. Kinney adds another bowl victory to his resume. 3 in a row now in his 3rd season at Texas State. Their first trips ever to postseason as a FBS school. They win it here today in the Armed Forces Bowl. Their 2 previous bowl wins were in the First Responder Bowl to Dallas. They travel across the Metroplex here for win number 7 and a win in the 23rd edition of the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. G.J. Kinney now 23-16 as the head coach. And our own Elvis Gallegos is going to visit with him here shortly. We do believe. Elvis trying to find the head coach as his team continues to celebrate with good reason. They'll open up 2026 against the Texas Longhorns in Austin, with the celebrations on here tonight and will be when they return to San Marcos to kick off the 2026 season. Coach Kenny's with Elvis Gallegos right now.
All right, Coach, what'd you say to your team at halftime? Because it was two very different halves.
Yeah, we just had to settle down a little bit. Sometimes that happens when you haven't played in a month, We just had to get in our groove, and Bo Sparks got to start. That's what he's done all year.
Good. Talk about your quarterback. Freshman, breaks the record, 17 touchdowns this year on the ground. It's just cool, calm, leads this group. Talk about him.
Yeah, just a really good player, great kid, and just so excited to get him back and go see if we win a conference championship next year.
Last thing, okay, 3 straight bowl victories. What does this mean for your program? You guys continue to build. You've done a great job there. What's the next step? What do you need next to get you to the next level?
Yeah, we're excited to go to the Pac, and we're going to come compete for a conference championship, and we got the guys to do it. A lot of momentum going this offseason. We're going to go back to work. We got portal guys coming in tomorrow, so it's back to work.
Congrats. Enjoy, Coach. Thank you.
That's G.J. Kenny, the head coach at Texas State. He's got portal guys coming in tomorrow. The work never stops.
That is the new schedule for college football, is bowl season straight into portal season, thousands of kids, new string of visits to campus, and a whole new evaluation process. But teams like Texas State can benefit from that real quick.
And then Scott Abel, the head coach at Rice, got his team into a bowl game in year 1. Greater things to come for that program as that system begins to take hold and take shape there in Houston. He'll get more players that fit into that system that he's developing. And Rice, look for them in the future in the American Athletic Conference. Texas State finishes with 436 yards of total offense. They hold Rice to under 200 yards of total offense in this ball game. Rice ends up having the football a bit longer than Texas State, but when they had it, they were efficient, especially in the second half. This was a 10-7 ball game at halftime, 31 in the second half for the Texas State Bobcats. They won it 41-10 here on Rice. Coming up on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio on January 27th, the 101st edition of the East-West Shrine Bowl, live from the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, and live here on Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio. For our entire crew, back in the studio, Hoppy Kercheval and Kyle Wiggs, our executive producer, Mike Parsons. Thanks on site here to our producer, engineer, Kyle Cross, our spotter, Wayne Gossard, statistician, Brian Sperry, for Elvis Gallegos and Marshall Newhouse. Thanks for joining us here tonight. I'm Brian Estridge. 41-10. The final score is Texas State wins it on the Rice Owls in the 23rd edition of the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. We say so long from the great city of Fort Worth. Happy New Year, and we look forward to a great bowl season continuing here in 2026. Good night, everybody.
The Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl has been an exclusive presentation of Coca-Cola Bowl Season Radio, a division of First Team Ventures, LLC. All rights reserved.